Today is Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024. It is 6 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland.
Here.
Commissioner Marriott.
Here.
Commissioner Robinson.
Here.
Commissioner Rosnicki.
Here.
Mayor Petrilla.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Good evening, everyone. I see many faces that were not here last night. We had a town hall where we discussed some of the same issues, and then we also opened up for question and answers for everyone. And since most of you were not here yesterday, I will just start, if you'll allow me, for 1 minute. Commissioners, I just want to restate some of the opening remarks from last night. What our city is going through, this is unprecedented. 1957, almost 70 years, our city has never gone through anything like this before, never mind two instances so fast back to back. First our homes got taken out by water, then our homes got taken out by wind. And just the scope of what we're dealing with in our city, it is unprecedented. None of us have gone through this before. And so as we're, working on rebuilding, as we're working on putting our city and our homes and our lives back together, there are going to be some very difficult conversations that we have to have as a city commission, as neighbors, as residents, as constituents in this city. They're going to be very tough conversations that we're going to have. And there are going to be times when you think, well, these guys, they're just full of it. They're not working hard enough, or they're playing favorites with my neighbor because their trash got picked up, but my trash didn't get picked up. And you might be thinking we're not dedicating all the resources that we can, or we're not spending as much money as we can, as quickly as we can. But the reality is, what we're here to do is, and what you'll see in the first couple presentations, is to give you the facts as they are. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it for you. None of our staff will try to sugarcoat it for you. Some of this will be extremely unpleasant. Some of it will be extremely scary. Some of it is going to be expensive and difficult. And we're going to try to do everything that we can. I know I've looked what these commissioners have done the last 4 weeks out in the community, talking to neighbors, working hand in hand, being present on social media to distribute information, and I'm impressed by their dedication. I'm also extremely impressed, and I'm also grateful for what our staff has done, many of whom, if you're not sure, if you don't know, live in our city, who have lost as much as any of us have lost. And yet through all this, they're still here to serve us. Which then brings me to my one request that I'm going to make of you, both tonight and in the days going forward. I'm going to ask you to do two things, and they're not going to be fun, they're not going to be easy, and they're not going to come naturally. They certainly don't come naturally to me. The first thing I'm going to ask you for is patience. I wish I could go back to how things were 4 weeks ago, just like this. I can't make that happen. None of us can make that happen for you. Our staff can't make that happen for you. It will take time. We were at a meeting this morning with our state director, who's working with people from Fort Myers. 33 months in, some of them are still living in trailers. So for some of you, for some of us, it's going to be 3 months, 6 months, a year, maybe longer before we can get back to normal. It will take time, and it will take patience. The trash will not disappear off the streets magically overnight. It will take time and patience. Which brings me to my second request. As you're interacting with each other, as you're interacting with our staff and your commissioners, I'm going to ask for you to be kind. I'm mad. I'm mad about what happened. I'm mad about the things that I've lost. I'm mad about walking in here and seeing people crying. But as we interact with each other, I'm going to ask you to be kind. As you're working with our permitting office in the coming months, I'm going to be asking you to remember and they are also residents who work in the city and who also lost their homes, then you be kind as you work with them. You want to call me and yell at me, I'll be the one, okay? My cell phone number is on the city website. Happy to do it. But for everybody else, I will ask that you be kind to them and give them the patience and allow them to do their jobs. And we will work through this together. I know when I look at other communities who've gone through this, and one of the reporters last night asked me, why do you seem so optimistic? It's because I've seen what can happen 6 months, a year down the road. I've seen the quality and the character of the people that live here. And that gives me a lot of hope. The fact that 20, 24 of our staff who've lost everything are still here every day, they haven't quit yet. The fact that our commissioners are out there every single day, and they've all lost homes and cars and clothes and everything else, and they're still here. The fact that so many of you are here tonight, and in fact, last night we had probably twice as many people. We had standing room only, everyone's out there. That gives me hope, because I know that you haven't given up on our town and you haven't given up on our community. And that should fill you with hope as well, because we're in this together, and together we're gonna move forward. So thank you all for being here tonight. And with that, let's move on to our very first presentation. I know this one is very near and dear to many of you. I know it's near and dear to me. My wife asks me every day, when are they coming? So we're gonna be talking about trash and debris pickup.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Charter officials. My name is Camden Mills, and I have the pleasure of serving as your City Engineer and Assistant Public Works Director. I appreciate the opportunity tonight to explain our debris management procedures and the program that we currently have underway here. The objective here that we'd like to accomplish is to address the city's response, progress, our recovery strategy for managing the disaster debris. We'll be going over some debris management 101, explaining some key terms in the process. We'll discuss some of our progress to date, some of the roadblocks that we've encountered this far, go over some of the guidance from the state as well as the federal agencies, talk about some of our strategic approaches. We'll discuss commercial debris and the eligibility requirements there, go over some of the frequently asked questions that we've received to date, and then also provide some resources and context for our businesses and residents. So Debris Management 101, like I mentioned, it goes through some key terms and processes, discuss some of the accepted storm debris that will be collected, as well as mentioning some of the storm debris that our program is not collecting, and then we'll go over some guidance for our residents. These are some of the key terms that we plan on covering today. Most of this is related to the type of equipment that we've deployed. So when you're seeing these equipment throughout the streets, you'll know what their purpose is for helping us collect this debris. First is our beach raker. The beach raker here, as you see, this will comb our beaches and pick up some of the medium and large type debris and then deposit it so our haul trucks can come and collect it. I'm sure some of you have already seen some progress on Paso Grill Beach there, and that was a big testament to the work that we were able to accomplish through these beach rakers. Next is our collection and grappler trucks. These are the trucks that are going around and picking up the debris that's on the side of the right-of-way. There's a mechanic that's operating the crane, and they'll place those in the truck. Each of these trucks is checked in and has a special placard for the amount of volume that they're able to store, and then those are monitored and taken to our debris site at Egan Park. Here is our disaster debris management site, which is at Egan Park. This site is a temporary staging area for the processing the debris before it's hauled off to the final disposal site. Egan Park has historically been the city's DDMS and is permitted with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. With a debris management site in the permitting process through FDEP, we have to provide them with a map of the areas that we plan on holding the debris. We show them the required setbacks to make sure we're in compliant with all environmental procedures. And then after the debris is staged at this site, it is collected again and then moved to a final disposal site, which are all FDE-approved landfills. Once we're done with this operation, we'll bring FDEP in to do a final on-site inspection. They'll go through a series of checklists to make sure if there's any remediation or mitigation work required to open this back up as a park. The haul truck, these are the type of vehicles that will be at Egan Park that everyone will put their debris in, that the collection trucks will put their debris in and then haul off to our final disposal sites. The monitors, these are the key piece for us to be able to get reimbursement from FEMA on our efforts. The monitors, they follow the collection trucks down the streets. They'll do a GPS location at each site that they're picked up on. They look at the debris to make sure that it's sorted and categorize the type of the debris it is. And then once they get into Egan Park, on the picture here on the right, is you see them in the scissor lift. That's when they're inspecting inside the truck, estimating the total cubic yardage based on the size of the truck, and collecting the data. That's very important for us to submit our final reports when this project is done. Skid steer. These are the smaller type equipments that'll be following behind. So far, we've been using these on a lot of beach and sand type removals. After our collection truck make our first pass throughout the city, you'll start to see these trucks coming through, picking up some of the smaller debris that's left behind that the grappler trucks can't pick up. The street sweeper, this is kind of the finishing touch. They'll come through and pick the very fine debris up in our roadways. The vacuum truck, this is equipment that we use to clean out our storm drains. They'll open up and vacuum up the sediment that was collected in our storm manholes and our conveyance pipes. Next, I want to talk about some of the process that goes into debris collection. Really, we have our beach and sand rake clearing, our streets and stormwater, the residential collection, the monitoring and reporting, as well as our haul out. For our beach and sand clearing, we have 4 different contractors that are performing this work in addition to our own city staff. Aftermath has provided 2 skid steers that have been working to clear the beach. Beach Raker was a contractor that was raking Paso Grille Beach, and they completed that last week. Gator Dredging, who is contracted through Pinellas County, they're clearing some of the sand that was on Gulf Way, sifting it, and if it passes inspection, placing that back within the dune area on Paso Grille. And then LTS was another contract that we used to clear some of our beach access points and walkways. They completed the work that they were able to do last week, and our city staff is going to finish the remaining work there. And then we are partnering with our state to clean our waterways. We submitted a mission request this morning so they can provide us with resources that can get to the waterways through boats and barges to clean up any debris that's there. Streets and stormwater. So as I mentioned, these are the vacuum trucks and the street sweepers that'll come through and help clean out that conveyance system. So as you see, the debris, it's a lot more than just what's on the right of way. We have to consider, what may have gotten into our infrastructure as well. The residential collection, this is where we have Aftermath Disaster Recovery. They're our main contract that's performing this work. This contractor was competitively bid before the storm season, which will be important for us as we're providing documentation to FEMA. The efforts for Aftermath and their residential collection, it really starts with the debris forecast. They came in here immediately after the storm, drove the roads, and kind of put together an estimate of what they thought the efforts would be needed, and then they kind of sized their truck and their operation based on what they think that need is. Currently, Aftermath has 11 trucks going around and collecting residential debris. They've been able to recently secure additional resources from subcontractors to supplement their efforts. So as we are able to and put more trucks on the street, that's exactly what we're going to try and do and get this collected as quick as we can. Oh, back here. Monitoring and reporting. So this, as I said, is very crucial to the city to be able to get our reimbursement and making sure that we're compliant with all state and federal guidelines. Rostan Solutions is our contractor that's providing the monitoring and reporting services. And as with Aftermath, they were competitively bid prior to the storm season. Our monitors provide us with daily reports of the removal totals, categorized by the different debris types, and they submit their results daily to the state and to a dashboard that the state collects all the data that the cities and counties are collecting. And then the last piece of our process is our haul out. Our haul out, we have 2 different contractors we're working with to get the material moved from Egan Park to the final disposal site. One is Waste Connections and the other is Dirt on Demand. Waste Connections currently has 10 trucks in service, and their final disposal location is the Heart of Florida Environmental Landfill, which is in Central Florida near the Orlando area. And then our subcontractor, Dirt on Demand, they have 15 trucks in service and planned to add an additional 15 more as needed. And they're using 3 different final disposal sites, all of which are approved by DEP and eligible for FEMA reimbursement. Next, I want to talk about some of the accepted storm debris that will be collected here. We are asking our residents to separate their debris in these 3 distinct categories, first of which is vegetative debris, second of which is construction and demolition debris, and third of which is the household appliances. Our first push that we're coming through here initially will be collecting the construction and demolition debris. Then we'll be moving towards more household appliance items, and then finally the vegetative debris. When we collect this debris and take it to Egan Park, it's staged into 3 different areas. So you may see a truck, come through your neighborhood and collect construction and demolition debris, but they may leave that vegetative or that appliance because they have to collect each individual category at one time. Some of the debris that is not going to be collected here is household trash. We ask that you work with your regular account holder for your collection pickup for that. Electronics and hazardous waste are also types of debris that we're not collecting. And there is resources in Pinellas County where residents can take these type of debris to dispose of. And next is some guidance for our residents. First of which, our utmost importance is to stay safe. We ask, wear protective gear such as gloves or masks when handling debris, and contact your local emergency manager if you have property that's littered with storm-related debris that you suspect may pose a threat to public health or safety. As you clear the debris, look carefully for any visible cables, and if you see cables, wait for a professional to handle them. This picture here shown is provided by FEMA that just shows, an example of how you sort and categorize that debris on your right-of-way so it can be collected properly. We want to make sure that, you don't place them under a tree, next to a storm inlet or a curb inlet, and that can be easily accessible by our contractors. Next, as far as placing debris and don't block in debris, and then follow the city and county alerts. Our social media pages, we're releasing information there, so residents can come in and see some of these resources on where they can get specific guidelines on what type of debris and how they need to be sorted. Next, I'd like to cover some of our progress to date. As you can see this map here in these purple dots, these are all the areas that have been serviced so far. So we have been able to make pretty substantial efforts this far in our first pass. Our contractor Roston estimates in total that we're going to be collecting about 125,000 cubic yards. The number I'm showing up here, 73, is a little outdated. As of this afternoon, we're at 80,000 cubic yards. And we're targeting 90 days to get everything picked up in this project. That 90-day time frame is supported by the state. They provided an emergency order asking that cities and counties try to get that completed 100% within that time frame. Right now, we're estimating about 4 more weeks to complete the first pass of all homes. Our target date to have every home hit once is mid-November, around November 16th. And then we're estimating about another 6 weeks for all the remaining passes. Our plan right now is to pass every home a minimum of 3 times. Our target to complete all passes is December 23rd, so just before Christmas there. And I'd like to please note that these estimates, they may fluctuate due to the multiple variables involved in this project. However, we're going to strive to remove the debris as quickly and safely as possible. Next, I'd like to talk about some of the roadblocks that we've encountered so far. First of which is the lack of available property for our debris management site within city limits that provide enough space to fit the FDEP setback requirements. We are actively trying to find additional sites, but right now, Egan is the one that we have. Another roadblock that we've encountered that we've started to overcome here in the past week is supply and demand of resources. That's your grappler cranes, your collection trucks, your haul trucks. The Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, as well as Hillsborough County, recently released new contracts that have higher pay rates, which is taking a lot of those resources away from cities and counties so they can go somewhere else and make more money. Fortunately, we haven't ran into that issue yet, and our current contractors are abiding by the contracts that we have in place. State and federal regulations for reimbursement. That's something that we have to always consider. We don't want to get down the road a couple years from now and see that, you know, all the work that we did isn't reimbursable. So that's something that's at the forefront of our mind. And we're always reaching out to FDEM and FEMA for further guidance on what's going to be eligible for reimbursement. To get into some of the specifics on the FDEM guidance, that emergency order that I mentioned, local governments need to continue to remove debris around the clock for 90 days or until the debris mission is complete. Local governments may request an exemption from this directive if they think the cumulative debris total will be less than 100,000 cubic yards. We plan to submit this exemption request just based on the numbers that we have now, since we're under that $100,000 or 100,000 cubic yard limit, but we do expect, you know, that we may be over that anyway. And also with the state, we will be filing an expedited project worksheet that'll help us get some of our upfront costs back sooner than if we didn't go through that expedited process. For reporting to the state, our debris is going to be categorized in 2 different categories. Category A is the main debris removal, which is your household, your vegetation, and appliances. And then category B is your emergency protection measures. That's the first push where we are moving trees so there's safe access on roads and things like that. Next is the FEMA guidance. So we'll be submitting a request for public assistance in FEMA's grant portal. And we're going to actively continue to seek guidance on whether these 2 storms will be combined or remain separate for documentation and reimbursement requests. As it stands now, these 2 storms will remain separate, and that's how we're currently operating. If that changed, we're prepared to combine them. But as for now, we're planning on the safe side and planning these debris will be separate, and we're documenting two different events here. And Pinellas County Emergency Management, they have submitted a letter to the state regarding debris on commercial and private property. So that's an issue that we're continuing to work with and reaching out to our partners multiple times daily just to see if any of that guidance is changing. Next, I'd like to get into some of the strategic approaches that we're applying to this program. First is providing additional haul trucks. Our debris collection contractor, Aftermath, has hired additional subcontractors to provide haul-out trucks to remove the debris quicker from Egan Park. I think you guys have probably seen some significant progress in the past 2 days where we've been able to take that pile down quite significantly. We plan to continually add more trucks until we reach peak efficiency of our operations. And you know, we'll continue to increase those haul-out efforts as needed to limit the growth of the piles. Next is to expand our hours of operation. Our monitoring contractor, Rostan, is providing additional personnel to monitor the increased number of collection and haul trucks that we plan on adding to this operation. We'll be working on hauling out overnight to comply with the state regulations in that 90-day time frame. Third, manage the conditions at the DMS. We've executed pest control through our vendor Pest Masters. That started last week to help, you know, any varmints that may be in the area due to the garbage. We're working with the state through a mission request through our county emergency management to have odor control deployed out there to help provide some additional environmental benefits. That odor control will spray notarized neutralizer on the waste, and we're hoping that'll help condition. We plan to implement 24/7 surveillance to help with some of the safety and security at the site. And that'll also help enforce any illegal dumping that may occur, you know, when we're not there watching. We've ordered a perimeter fence with some opaque screening to help manage that site, and we think that's going to help with some of our safety and security. And lastly, we're trying to secure additional final disposal sites. As I mentioned, the site we're using with Waste Connections available was in Central Florida, was really not optimal for logistics. So as we've added in the subcontractor and found additional FDE-approved sites, we'll be taking debris out to there. That'll help improve our operations. Closer sites will reduce travel time, have, you know, more time that the trucks can be on the streets collecting. Next, I'd like to get into evaluating private property debris removal. Removal from commercial property under FEMA's current guidance requires pre-approval. Removal of debris from commercial properties such as apartments and condominiums is generally ineligible because commercial enterprises are expected to retain insurance that covers debris removal. In very limited, extraordinary circumstances, FEMA may provide an exception to this rule, and there's an application and a procedure process where that can be done. The latest guidance that we've heard is that it's not likely, but it is a possibility and something that we're going to be actively exploring until we get some clear guidance. Next, I'd like to cover some of the costs if we were to collect commercial debris. The table on the left here, you see the pay items that are directly from our contracts with raw stand and aftermath. And these are rates based on cubic yardage. So for collecting and hauling it, the manage and reduction at Egan Park, the final disposal, taking it off of Egan Park to the final site, and then the monitoring. In total, it costs about $17.65 to $22.55 per cubic yard to go through this entire process. So if you're looking at the table on the right there, there's a range of different cubic yardage and what that cost would come out to equate to. Our rough ballpark estimate of what we think our commercial debris is probably around that 75,000 range. Again, it's hard to estimate that, but we think it'd be in the cost of over $1 million for our commercial properties. And finally, I'll get into some of the frequently asked questions that we've received so far. So what if you don't want to wait for the city's storm debris collection? If you don't want to wait, you can take it to the county's east or central location or their north location. You must show ID and proof that you live in an unincorporated area. And Pinellas County has some guidance with some addresses on the hours of operation of those facilities as well as addresses. Will debris be collected from my business? Currently, the city's curbside collection plan will be for residents only. Businesses are responsible for moving their storm debris and may want to hire a private contractor. HOAs, similar to businesses, that they're currently under the current FEMA guidelines responsible for removing the debris and may want to hire a private contractor. Sand that is on your property. Clean sand from the beach that ended up on your property, you can return it to the beach in the dune above the high tide line, which is the mean high water line. It must not have any stains, odors, or debris, and you must not place it over dune plants, turtle nest, hurricane-generated debris, or construction debris. We ask that you do not place the sand in your trash or out on the road. If your sand is not clean, doesn't meet those requirements, it shows stains, odors, or has some debris mixed in it, then contaminated sand should be brought to the county sand drop-off location, and you can find some more guidance on that from Pinellas County. Seawall damage. If the back of your seawall was exposed, we advise that you consult a structural engineer or a licensed marine contractor before covering, because your seawall could be damaged, and putting sand on it, may cause some further damage, so you should get that inspected. What do you do with used sandbags? You can reuse the clean sandbags, but do not throw contaminated sandbags in your trash or dump, or don't dump them on the beach. You can bring the sandbags separated from other waste to solid waste disposal complex, and you can find those addresses at pinellas.gov/sandbags. Here on the screen here is some additional resources for debris collection. City of St. Beach, in our Stay in the Know collection, we're providing the daily reports that we receive from our contractors. We're uploading them. We're putting our total debris collected, total debris hauled out. So if you want to stay up to the progress of our efforts, you can check there. We have some state and federal guidance links up there if you'd like to see the specific language that's kind of guiding our operations and our project here, as well as Pinellas County Emergency Management, where they get into the detail on separating debris and where you can take different types of debris. As well as Waste Connections customer service. That's an outlet too. If residents don't want to wait for our collection, they can contact Waste Connections and they'll provide them with a drop-off dumpster to go that route. With that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Camden. I think, City Manager, we were at a meeting this morning hosted by FEM, the director was there, and he had some particularly strong verbiage to talk about the condos and commercial business. So he said that, is it not working? There we go. But one of the things that he said was that in the 5 hurricanes that he's gone through this process, FEMA has not reimbursed or approved reimbursal a single time, 0 times. And so, if there's any hope, I don't think there is. They're, you know, based on their past performance, based on their past actions, they're not reimbursing for condos and commercial debris.
I appreciate that comment, and we're currently operating under that exact guidance, as if they won't reimburse that. That's how we're operating.
I've got a question for you, Camden. For businesses who, but by nature of where they're located, ended up with debris from other houses or businesses on their property, is the business owner responsible? Or I mean, you could say the same for a homeowner, but we're picking up debris from homeowners. So if a bar from one establishment ends up in the parking lot of a different establishment, is the business owner who owns the property where the stuff ended up responsible for getting rid of it, even though it wasn't their debris, it was just storm debris that ended up on their property? The same as the damaged stuff that they pull out of their building? Is that all the same as far as the city goes, or is there somebody that they can call and say, hey, this stuff this stuff got deposited on my property in the storm, I don't know where it came from. Can somebody pick it up? You know, because in some cases those are large items that you can't just pick up and put in a dumpster.
Right, and that's a great question, because there is some kind of gray area in that sort of thing. There is a process that you would request from FEMA, and they would send down an inspector and kind of look at that on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
But as mentioned, typically those things aren't eligible for reimbursement.
Okay. And there's no and is there any, I mean, even on a paid basis, you know, is there any assistance that Public Works or anybody can provide for that? Because again, sometimes these are large items that, like, you know, the 65-year-old lady that owns the gift shop can't really go out there and drag the 700-pound dock into a dumpster, you know, like, is there any assistance for things like that other than just, you know, start calling around to a dumpster company who can come sort you out? My recommendation would be to call a private company that could haul that off, but I would leave that up to the city manager, and also I think that'd be a policy decision if you wanted to direct staff to collect that. All right, thank you.
Just to add on to that, and I actually know who you're talking about, because I had the pleasure of meeting her, and I think if there's one-off instances, have them report to my office. I do have some discretion of spending from the commission under allotment of $25,000, and so those kind of one-off odd, a couch ended up in my showcase room at a small record shop. I mean, those make sense. So if you give me the discretion, I can certainly, I think there are those unique cases that people just unusually got impacted that were not the normal large amounts of debris.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, and something that Commissioner Marriott mentioned. I've been called by many, but some of the condominiums, for example. One particular case, one condominium is putting their debris on another condominium's area because they probably felt at the moment that it was closer to the road, so they piled more on another condominium's debris. Now, because I looked at your cubic feet and what the possible cost could be, so that means now that condominium that had the added debris added may have to pay more money because of something that another person did, or kind of like what you're saying, whether a business is putting it on residential or residential is putting it on the business. Are these code enforcement issues that are going on that, we're all trying to recover, not thinking that we're harming another group or person monetarily. Should they be reaching out to the city to say, hey, this is going on? Do they reach out to law enforcement? That's one question. And another one, I did see the estimate that you put out, and you said commercial, maybe about 75,000 cubic feet. Again, I'm not sure how large of a commercial. They're all very different. But if we had a good estimate of what it could cost for a condominium for us to pick it up, have them pay for it up front, and maybe the hopes of getting reimbursed in the future, but at least we can maybe if the price is less than them going private, because we have so much debris because of the mass debris, would their costs be less? You know, like it's like buying in bulk. You know, if you're picking up more, could each individual condominium be paying less because it's a group contract, let's, you know, call it that, right? If that's a possibility. And then my third, I don't want to put a lot on you, but, and this is just for me to understand from what I've been seeing, and I'm sure a lot of residents have been seeing it too. Not to mention, I know we posted that we were picking up, and I'll just say it's Corey Avenue, because I'm not sure how we're paying for it, so that's just a question. Or are we asking those businesses to pay for it? You know, some condominiums, and you probably all see, like if you're on Gulf Boulevard, obviously the state came in and clean sweeped Gulf Boulevard. So if you happen to be a condominium or business there, let's just say you were lucky, you were on Gulf Boulevard because the state came in and picked it up for you. So I would understand that discrepancy per se, because it was a state roadway. But even in one of your pictures here that you just presented, you had a picture of a condominium, a two-story complex that had the grapple picking up the garbage. So how was that possible? Just a question. Okay.
Yes. So regarding your first question, it's an unfortunate situation. That's we would ask, you know, if they can consult the city and we could help provide some guidance to those different units. Because yes, you certainly wouldn't want to put costs on someone else and give them that undue burden. Regarding
First, not code enforcement. Call city.
Well, I actually would suggest that the property owners of each of the condominiums try to work it out themselves. If they are unable to, they can certainly call the city, but eventually it would be a code enforcement issue. So if we get to that point, but I mentioned last night, unless I'm directed otherwise by the commission, I've directed staff to wait 90 days for code enforcement and give everyone the same grace that the city currently has in this situation. So we're all kind of in it together, and then at the end of 90 days, that is our only avenue to make sure that people comply with the debris removal.
And then regarding the condominium, yeah, our debris contractor should not be collecting from condominiums right now. That's really the importance of our monitors, is to make sure that they're following guidelines, catching that GPS location. So we'll touch base with them and just make sure that they're continuing to not do that. Thank you.
And then I can,
Sure.
And in the business.
I can address the Corey Avenue. That's a great example of me using my discretion. So the Corey Avenue sponsors the Sunday market, which is a public benefit for the entire city. And so in the interest of kind of producing that resource back to the community quickly, I made the decision to have us assist. They actually have probably spent thousands of dollars cleaning up prior to us going in. So it's one of those judgment calls of, I thought it was a good collaboration and a community benefit. Again, making some of those smaller spend discretionary decisions based on the circumstances.
Commissioner Mahone?
Thank you, Mr. Mills. I appreciate everything you've had to say. And also, I think I'd like to thank Aftermath. It seems like they're using us right. Based on what they could be doing, adding trucks and maintaining the rate. So kudos to them for that. I have three questions. A couple of them a little bit comprehensive, and one of them probably pretty simple. It's been suggested that maybe somehow we start giving the residents some type of schedule on certain streets, avenues that either are going to be picked up within the coming week, name the timeline, or at least when they're in queue to be coming up fairly soon. I don't know, what's the feasibility of that?
That's something that we've requested Aftermath to work with us to provide. We'd asked if they can give us a 2-day look ahead and a 1-week look ahead, and that we could post that onto our city website along with our progress numbers.
Okay, all right, thank you. My second question is, the map that you presented, did that include the National Guard pickup, or was that just the Aftermath?
That's a great question. That was only the Aftermath collection.
Okay, so any work that the National Guard did really isn't captured on any maps or reports that we have?
That's correct. Yep, that mission was handled separately by the state. So they're the ones that have that data. The data that we're tracking is only for Aftermath and Rostan.
Okay. And my last question, and I'm guessing this will probably go to the city manager. It was my belief that we were possibly going to discuss during this meeting the cost, feasibility, ramifications, meaning financial ramifications, if the citizens desired us to try to get the debris picked up in less than 90 days by bringing on additional resources and by tagging on to the new RFP by Pinellas County. It seems like Aftermath is doing more and more for us. It originally was 6 trucks, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Now it's 11. I think that's good. I don't know, is there any consideration to try to get more resources and potentially have to pay more for those resources, or are we planning on primarily running with Aftermath and anticipating that we'll be done before 30 days?
That's a great question, and something that we're analyzing day by day. Our current plan is to continue with Aftermath, add subcontractors under them as needed to provide the additional resources. One of the things is, like as you mentioned, Aftermath is honoring our current contract and our current rates, and that process is working well. We are on track to finish within that 90-day time frame. So my recommendation would be continue the course unless that changes, and then we'll switch gears. We do have commitments from the state that they can provide us with additional resources as needed. But with that, our operation really, it has a bottleneck at Egan Park. Having that one disposal site, that's kind of our bottleneck. You saw that when the pile started to pile up really high, where that was limited. Now we're starting to haul out more and more debris so we can add more collection trucks onto the street. But with that bottleneck, I think we would run into, at some point we're going to reach peak efficiency where, adding more resources may not necessarily help. It would just, create a parking lot on Blind Pass.
Great answer. I appreciate that. And once again, it's great that Aftermath has given us 11 as opposed to 6. I think that's a real win for us. Thank you.
I think just so that the public understands kind of what we're dealing with, right? So as a city, we have to operate on a balanced budget, which means this is how much money is coming in from parking, from tax revenue, from permitting fees, and this is what we're spending it on. And we can't spend more than what we have. And so almost any given year, it's 100%, right? The amount of money that we get coming in is about the amount of money that we have going out. I mean, last year we did a rate reduction. So what happens in situations like this, if you look at the graph that you showed us earlier, Camden for about 125 to 150 cubic yards, it was $3.5 million. That would be the cost to the city right now if we had to pay for it. And we are paying for it, but by following all of these guidelines, collecting the trash separately, taking it to Egan Park, sorting it, weighing it. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it is ridiculous, right? Let's be honest here. But that's the only way for us to get reimbursed. The city does not have an extra $3.5 million to pick up all this trash, which is why we're relying on FEMA to reimburse us. That's why we're having to jump through all of these hoops. It's not because we think it's fun to go, by each house 3 or 4 or 5 times, drive it 3 miles up the road, and then drive it 75 miles to Lakeland, and then wait there for 2 hours to drop it off, and then drive back. I mean, that's ridiculous. For each load, it takes 5 to 6 hours. That's one of the reasons why we have these bottlenecks, the size of Egan Field. But really, it's so that you understand why we as a city have to do this, because if we didn't have the FEMA reimbursement, we'd have to pay for it. We do not have an extra. That would be about 10% of our budget. So that means we would have to cut something else in our city budget to be able to pay just for the residential. And keep in mind that the commercial condo debris is almost as much. So that would be somewhere in the neighborhood of, $7 to $8 million just this year. And that's not even fixing our infrastructure, not even fixing our damaged buildings, nothing else, just trash. So just want to make sure that everyone understands why we're jumping through these hoops, so that we can get reimbursed.
Excuse me, Mayor, and not to diminish your amount, because it's still it's a lot of money either way, but would it be closer to like $1.5 to $2 million? Because on that presentation, we're going through hoops in order to get reimbursed, right? We have to take it to Egan Park, we have to weigh it, we have to separate it. But if we just hired a company that didn't have to jump through all those hoops, just to throw a number, could it be 2 million? $2 million that we don't have, obviously.
Well, we talked with Treasure Island this morning, and they ran the numbers of what they call quick and dirty, and jumping through all the hoops, and it was about 25% more expensive, or a 25% discount if you didn't. So it's still a ridiculously high number. It could be $1 million we don't have the extra $1 million.
We don't have the extra money, correct.
Yeah.
That's why I say I don't want to undermine the amount.
Absolutely,
It's,
yeah,
it's money we don't have.
It's a ridiculously large number, no matter which way you cut it. And not only that, but we'd still be stuck going to Lakeland or wherever else, because it has to be a approved dumping site. Pinellas will not take it. That's why we're driving to Lakeland. And I know how close Pinellas is. It's 15 minutes from here. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next we will have a presentation on the substantial improvement, or the FEMA 50% rule.
Do you want to do comment before the?
We're doing presentations. Yeah.
Good
And if I may preface it with one comment. If you go to the city Facebook page, should also be in our YouTube channel. Last week, State Representative Cheney, who is also a resident in St. Pete Beach, she set up a call with the city of Cape Coral, who 2 years ago went through a hurricane very similar to us. And so they shared some of their experiences and some of the pitfalls and some of everything that they've had to do over the last 2 years. So a lot of the presentation, so I would encourage you to go watch that so you can see what happens if you don't follow what Denise is going to go through next. You can see what the consequences are. And then hopefully that'll give you a better understanding of why we're going to have, again, more potentially not so good news, because we have, again, more hoops that we have to jump through to make sure that we can maintain our insurance rating. Anyway, make sure you watch the video. It's an hour and a half long. I know it's long, but it'll be well worth your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Anderson, Interim Director for Community Development. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. So this is following a discussion we had last week. We said that we would bring this back to you. This is primarily focused on discussion of the look-back period, whether the options that we have in order to comply with the community rating system and the NFIP program. So for the benefit of those who may not be familiar, the National Flood Insurance Program was passed in 1968 and significantly expanded in the 70s. It provides access to federally backed flood insurance, and NFIP participation is a prerequisite for flood insurance renewal or new issuance, federal mortgage insurances and guarantees, and FEMA grants and loans for businesses and residents for flood losses. The community rating system is a voluntary program, and it requires community participation in the NFIP. Communities enrolled in the CRS earn points for voluntary activities that mitigate or prevent flood losses, and there are effectively 10 classes in the rating system. The city is currently enjoying being at a level 6. So as a level 6 class rating, it does equate to a 20% discount on flood insurance premiums. This is effectively $355 per policyholder. Any reduction in that class level, so if we were to elevate to a class 7, we would lose 5% of that discount, increasing policies $89 a year. So what does this actually sort of mean? If we lower our standards, so we're going to be talking about what happens if we lower our standards or we have higher standards, what are the pros and cons of those actions that you may consider. If we lower our standards, there would be reduced compliant costs and perhaps social implications related to affordability to stay and live here, and faster reoccupancy potentially. Higher standards yield future resiliency. So if we were to receive another, or experience another one of these storms, if we had higher standards and people built to those higher resilient levels, we would see less damage or impacts. It would also increase safety and ultimately lower flood insurance rates. So I'll talk about our current standard, and I, as always, have my in-house expert here, Senior Planner Brandon Berry, to talk through some of those particulars. So the complicated questions will be handled by him. We also have Luke Curtis with us. He's our building official. So the current Code of Ordinances, Section 9835, provides a 5-year look back for substantial improvement and substantial damage. So this is the combination of repair, reconstruction, rehab, alteration, or addition to a building or structure taking place over a 5-year period. However, because this was passed in July of 2021, we currently are only looking back to that date in which that look-back period became effective. So basically 3 years and a few months is the period that we're looking at. If the structure has sustained substantial damage, and we'll talk a little bit about that, of course, as we go on, any repairs are considered substantial improvement regardless of actual repair work performed. There are a couple of things that are provided as national exemptions or exclusions, if you will. One of them is if we have a minimum health, sanitary, and safety code violations to ensure public health and safe living conditions. And there's a carve-out for historic structures, so they do not need to comply with these provisions so long as what they do maintains their historic status. Currently, the St. Pete Beach specific data, the standalone costs of storm shutters, impact-resistant windows, doors, machinery elevation, and the like, those hardening activities or basic general maintenance repair are currently exempted within that look-back period, and there's some benefits to that. So what are our potential options? So we could have no enforcement of substantial improvement and damage. We could look at a no look-back period. We could look at a 1-year look-back period with no exclusions, or we could look at a 5-year look-back period with current exclusions. So forgive me, it looks like some updates were not brought into this slide, but we have looked at option 3, and option 4 is currently on the book. So option 3 was discussed in December at a commission meeting and passed on first reading, and the direction was provided at that time to have a community discussion and involve, I believe, our property appraiser in that discussion before taking that forward. So that is something that the state has vetted and approved, if you will, as a possible option for us to consider. Anything else that we may do would likely have to go back to the state for consideration. So what does it mean if we modify the look-back period? So we can pass stricter requirements within the frameworks of the NFIP and CRS programs. We can, perhaps not lenient is the term, but if we were to soften those requirements, other than option 3, which has been vetted, we would have to go back to the state and get that approval. So that would perhaps add a little bit of time to this discussion. So I'm going to go through in detail, and if you'd like to talk about each option before we move on to the next, happy to do so. It's your discretion. So option 1, so what does that mean? If we were to have no enforcement of the rule, it would be below the minimum standard. We would likely be suspended and ultimately removed from the NFIP. This is the situation that other communities around Florida have been experiencing. Cape Coral, I think, got pretty close, although surprisingly so, based on the information they shared with us. But those are real consequences. What that suspension would mean is that Basically, it would be the inability for any resident in the special flood hazard area, which is, St. Pete Beach is comprised of about 99% of the structures here are in that area. They would be unable to obtain a federally backed loan. They would be unable to renew or get new flood insurance. And they would get no FEMA grant or loan assistance available. Effectively, what that would do to the real estate market is make it a cash market. You would not be able to sell, and you would not be able to purchase, because you would not be able to get flood insurance. So unless you're, and a mortgage holder would require that, of course. So this would have very, very significant negative implications, not only to the city, but to residents and businesses as well, because it would impact their ability to get SBA loans and the like. So we could talk about option 1, or I can move on to option 2. I'll move on to option 2. So option 2, this is permit by permit assessment. Really what this addresses is daisy chaining, I guess is the better term here. So it is the standard that was in place prior to July of 2021. It was a 1-year look back period with no exclusions, no exemptions, if you will. So it does not allow phasing. But each project must produce a wholly habitable structure is the language that is there. But what that means now, given what's occurred today, is clearly most properties would have to fully permit and complete their project in order to have that fully inhabitable structure or habitable structure. It would award no points for the CRS, and we would lose 20 points that we currently enjoy in our current look-back provision. So some of the pros is that it may reduce costs of compliance for homeowners and businesses, especially those who've recently renovated and are subject to the 5-year look back, which is, again, 3.5 years-ish. It does not significantly limit future improvements the owner may need to make either mandatorily or electively. The cons, however, is that it reduces the number of structures being made compliant with floodplain management requirements, and thus it extends the period of time in which we become as a community more resilient, or that a home perhaps becomes more resilient. And it may result in higher flood insurance premiums. So moving on to option 3.
I have a question on 2.
Yes, ma'am.
What was our CRS rating prior to 2021 when we made the change from permit to 5-year?
That's a great question. I wasn't here, and I'll ask Brandon to answer that, or do you know? We were still in a Class 6.
Still at a 6.
Yeah, we're currently 56 points into the Class 6, so thank you. It's a good question. So option 3 is, option 3 is the 1-year look back with no exclusions. So this is recommended by staff in December of 2014. It reduces the 5-year look back to 1 year, but it would eliminate all of those hardening exclusions, maintenance and repair that are listed there. So equipment change outs, hardening, impact windows and the like. It would award no points for the CRS. Again, it could be, affect our rating over the long term. Otherwise, the standards are the same as what I shared with you in option 2. So the pros of this is it's sort of a middle option, if you will, allows improvements for non-compliant structures with fewer risks or unintended consequences. It eliminates exclusions, which basically allows you to meet requirements over time, perhaps, although that might be a little bit more difficult, again, because of the nature of the damage that we see in our community. And it's easier for us to manage from a staff perspective and less error-prone. The cons are that it can cause challenges for homeowners with low structure values, and we'll talk specifically about that challenge. And we won't earn any CRS points. We'll lose 20 points, in fact. So, and then there's option 4.
I have another question
ma'am.
on 3.
Of course.
Is there an option to the 1-year look back with hardening exclusions?
There is, I believe. That would have to go back to the state. I don't know what that would mean in terms of points lost. Do you happen to know, Brandon?
So we only earn 20 points for this standard based on how it is currently included in the code. So we would not lose more than 20 points. It's a very small fraction of what it takes to move a level up or down. So
you're saying we could do that? In theory, we could.
So anything more lenient than the options being presented would need to be evaluated by the state. We have option 4 is our current adopted standard, and option 3 has been vetted and approved by the state pending local adoption. If we were to make anything more lenient, even within the standard itself, we would just need to run that by them.
And how long does that consideration typically take?
Currently, they have space to review our ordinance. We spoke with the one of the consultants for FEMA a few days ago, and they said that there were pending ordinances in place, but I would expect it to be a few weeks to a month.
Thank you. So, option 4, so when we look at pre-structured data, pre-firm structured data, excuse me, what we see, these are the homes built prior to June 1971. I asked Brandon to look at what does that mean in terms of percentage of structures within our city, and that's about 77% of the structures within our cities. Now, some of them may have substantially improved and are compliant, but when we look at the original structure date, about 77% of the structures within the city are pre-firm. And so the other data that I'm showing you here is the average 50%. So the average of 112,000, that meant the just or market value listed on the property appraiser's website would be approximately $125,000 or $225,000, 50% of which is $112,487. The median there is 91. Because we have the current exemptions for hardenings, we're promoting resiliency, and those exemptions really do not impact those. However, improvements, renovations, new kitchens, new bathrooms, additions, those things, if they were completed within the last 3.5 years, those would be against the 50% rule, if you will. But it is something to consider. The vast majority of the structures on this island are pre-firm and are captured in this data in terms of average or median 50% available to them. So because we're talking about the pros and cons of the NFIP program and the rating system, what we can do, if we do make modifications to the current look back, there are some mitigating things that we can do to add points back in so that we're assured to retain our rating or perhaps even improve it over time. So we'll talk about that. So we're currently 56 points away from falling into a Class 7. If we lose that 20 points, as we've been talking about, that would potentially put us at risk because the CRS system does occasionally reevaluate their point system and make adjustments. We could, as I said, reevaluate, or they could reevaluate, and we could be at risk, but there are some things that we could do that I think in particular could be reasonable to consider. The first one being the increase in required freeboard. So my understanding from our permit administrator is that the vast majority of conforming structures newly built in the last several years have indeed been within, they have to be, of course, at design flood elevation, which is 1 foot freeboard. Vast majority are constructing 3 feet and above. So we could increase that requirement to 3 feet and gain significant points, which may actually help us get to the next level, if I'm understanding correctly.
Can I ask one question just on that? Is that just new construction?
That would be new construction, and keeping in mind that if we have substantially damaged homes that must elevate, we would then require that as well, the additional freeboard. So if what is a primary concern for you is assuring that we maintain our rating, there's some mitigation tactics we could consider. So just wanted to bring them out, and that could be a significant one in terms of points. We could reduce the substantial improvement threshold to 49% or less. I don't believe that we would recommend that necessarily. If we had a citywide coastal A zone, if I understand correctly, Brandon, I'm going to look at you again, but having a citywide A zone is prohibitive, if you will, in terms of cost of construction. It's deeper pilings, deeper foundations. But that does generate points for CRS, so we're presenting that here. And then we could adopt the Pinellas County Vulnerability Assessment as part of our requirements. So again, pros and cons of mitigation tactics.
Denise,
Yes,
can you
ma'am.
explain what that number 4 is, what that does entail?
I will ask Brandon to do that because I haven't had a chance to even look at that assessment.
Okay.
Whoops. Up, sorry. What did I do?
So those are more locally focused maps that were made by the county back in 2021. They take into account more storms and more local events than the FEMA maps take into account. And what that actually means in terms of impact citywide is that typically we have smaller gradients to flood zones throughout the city, and generally the rate raised the flood map level by about a foot to 2 feet everywhere throughout the city. So, and that was part of the ordinance that was presented by staff back in December last year. The request was to adhere to those maps when they're a stricter standard than the FEMA maps, which is most of the time in our city.
How often do those maps change?
I don't know if there's a planned update cycle for them. I know that the FEMA maps change typically once every 20 years or so. I could check with the county on that.
And again, so the pros and cons here, so the pros are that these, if we were to utilize some of these mitigation tactics, they would support long-term safety and resiliency, and they can improve our class rating, helping us earn points that are for things that are largely being completed, like the 3-foot freeboard as an example. So the cons, of course, are the increased compliance costs, particularly for new substantially improved developments in the coastal areas, because as I mentioned, that's steeper pilings and deeper foundations. And all options cumulatively increase required living level height several feet, producing taller structures that potentially require additional zoning encroachments, such as stairs coming out the front door as an example. So I'll be happy to take any questions. Luke, as I mentioned, is here. He's our building official, as is Brandon.
Thank you.
I should preface this by saying what we're looking for tonight is direction about what you would like us to craft, if anything, in terms of changes to our current look-back period.
Thank you. Commissioner Marriott?
Yeah, I do have a question. I believe when I watched that question and answer session that City of Cape Coral hosted, there was a brief comment made that one of the things they did was that they broke off substantial improvement permits from substantial damage permits so that they were separate. So neither one could be more than 50%, but they weren't added together. Does anyone from staff have any comment on the feasibility of doing that, or if that's an option?
Good evening. Luke Curtis, building official for the city. So in FEMA documents, it compiles them both together. If you look at the definition for substantial improvement, it says in the description also includes substantial damage. So all that money is looked at together. So it's a combination of both. If there was improvements made, that valuation is factored in along with the damage. So altogether, if it hits that 50% threshold, then it's substantially damaged.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Robinson?
I actually had the same question because I thought it was specific to our floodplain ordinance. That's what I got out of that particular Cape Coral as well. So I didn't know if it was actually a FEMA or if it was ours.
No, that's a FEMA definition. Now, I don't know Cape Coral's ordinances. If they broke something down by definition, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at their ordinances. Sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Resnicki?
Oh, gosh. And Luke, you might want to stay up at the podium. And I read the guidebook for FEMA and substantial improvement and substantial damage. So I do recognize that they even wrote that once a structure is substantially damaged, you are basically going to have to improve the home, right? So that's probably why they lumped this together, because the idea is that you're damaged enough that you are requiring improvement, right? Now, my question is on substantial damage. Do they not recognize, or do they recognize that it goes back to an event? Because we have in this city had multiple events, not as big as the ones lately, but some neighborhoods have experienced damage with Etta, with Idalia in our city, and have made improvements or corrected or repaired damage. Now they're repairing damage again, and one of those events definitely was within the 2021 period, right, when we started with Idalia specifically. Etta was 2020. So in that case, does it go back to the event? Because they have made repairs for Idalia, and now there's new repairs to be made, but that's part of that 50% that they had in the past. So does it go to the event or the total, or is there something the city can put in, whether it's our ordinance or procedures, to help people in those situations?
So where we have that cumulative look-back period, which started in July of '21, anything, whether it's improvements or damage that happened from that point forward, it would all be included. So, like, for example, in recent weeks, we've had 2 storms. So we wouldn't look at the 2 storms separately, it's all together. So going back in time through that time period, back to July of '21, if there were other damages or other improvements, it's everything in that time period that would be factored in.
So regardless of the event, but now do you know if FEMA recognized, I thought I heard even in the Cape Coral presentation that they emphasized that it was to the event.
Yeah, I don't recall hearing that. I didn't listen to the whole webinar, but I can listen to
Just
that, and I can get
question.
back to you.
If you don't have the
once I hear
answer,
it.
just I would like an answer, and maybe from FEMA, because it's hard to make decisions not knowing really what they're looking at. Because the city might be looking at a 5-year look back, a 1-year look back, but if FEMA is only looking, or is looking at the event, then I just want to make sure that that's what we're doing.
I can get clarification on that, and I can let everybody know.
Okay, thank you.
There's also if you've had multiple losses, there's additional money available. If you have multiple repetitive, so, we've had 3 flooding events in the last 15 or 16 months. So if you are in one of the low-lying homes that got hit 3 different times, there are additional resources available for those. FEMA.
That is the ICC provision within the NFIP program. So if your home is declared, or structure is declared substantially damaged, once that declaration has been made, you have 60 days to apply for the additional $30,000. That is specifically to help offset the cost of compliance with elevating to floodplain. And that's the same thing for repetitive floods or for single event damage.
Right.
Same provision.
So those with repetitive events per se, right, would be able to apply for assistance, possibly.
Right, even if we didn't have a federally declared disaster, so if we were looking at Etta and Idalia a couple of years ago, because those are 2 times that that's happened,
Right.
you likely would have been able to apply for that if you were looking to elevate the structure above the floodplain at that time. You could get an additional $30,000 under that provision.
And you just said, and not having to be declared, right? Because we
Correct.
weren't declared as a city back then, since it wasn't the whole city.
That is correct. So it's a repetitive flood loss provision. So if you can show evidence of repetitive flood and suffered damage as a result, there is that provision. There is also the provision about substantially damaged, which is what we're largely talking about following Helene and Milton.
Okay. Another question, and Luke, no, that's why I said to please stay, because this is I guess on permitting and when people go in, and only have experience on this because I live in a neighborhood that got flooded repeatedly. So are all structures right now, regardless of whether you're pre-firm or post-firm, required to fill the FEMA 50% substantial improvement or damage, regardless?
That's a good question. So if the structure is compliant with the flood regulations, then the FEMA packet wouldn't need to be filled out. But sometimes in order to determine if the structure is in conformance, we would need to see the elevation certificate for it. So for example, if we have a house that is questionable when it was built, or we don't have plans for it, and we can't look at the elevations on the plans, if somebody has the elevation certificate to show the levels of the first living floor, then we could see if it's conforming to the regulations or not. But if it is lower than those required levels, then it would be required, it's non-conforming, and we would need that FEMA packet.
So currently, regardless of pre-firm, post-firm, you request it from the building department, just to verify, right?
Yeah,
Elevation.
just to solidify. We had, there was one property in question today. Looking at the structure, it appears to be elevated to the required elevation. It looks like it's garage underneath, but the height is in question. I don't know what it is. We don't have an elevation certificate for this one in particular. So we would need that elevation certificate from the property owner to make that determination. Is it compliant or not?
And what's do you know what I'm sure you do, the elevation requirement for a home of that?
It depends on where in the city. So it depends on the flood zone in the flood maps. It ranges from I think the lowest one is an AE7, and then it goes up to, well, out along the water, closer to the water, we have VE11 and VE12. So it just depends on where exactly in the city the property is located. But if somebody is questioning what flood zone they're in, then please feel free to reach out to the building department. We can answer that easily.
Okay. I don't know if this is a question for you, but you are our administrator, right, for flood management, so this might be your question. Are you requesting from the state, or sorry, not the state, from Pinellas County, Pinellas Property Appraiser, for the predate of the storm for valuation? And this is something, too, I did hear even in the Cape Coral meeting. One of the recommendations was to contact your appraiser and request for the date prior to the storm for all homes to be evaluated, to change the number. Because I've looked at some random homes. Some people have 60,000, some people have 40,000, so they're extremely low. I know we can get a property appraiser, but does it help for the county to do that for us?
So if you go to the property appraiser's website on any property, now when you get into condos or multifamily units, then it gets a little bit more questionable as far as how it's broken down. But as far as a single family home, you can go to the property appraiser, and then on the right-hand side there's tools. You click on that and it'll show you a FEMA letter, and they call it a FEMA letter, but that'll tell you what the structure value is and what the 50% rule is. Now, just keep in mind, too, so property appraiser is going to depreciate the value of the property to give the property owner a break on taxes. So that helps on one side but hurts on the other side. But if you get a licensed appraiser to create an appraisal for the property, and it's a specific appraisal, the intended users would be the property owner and the city, and then the intended use would be for substantial improvement, substantial damage, or the FEMA 50% rule. If people say that to the appraiser, they'll know exactly what that is, and then they conform that. And sometimes it's substantially more than what Pinellas County has factored.
Now my question is, though, and I understand all that. I've done that multiple times, so I understand it. But I also know the number hasn't changed since I originally did it in 2021. So my question is, and you might not have the answer, so if someone could ask and find out if changing the date to the date prior to the event helps the residents, because there is a close to maybe $600, $700 to get an adjuster to come out and, and estimate it, but it might be helpful if we already had that number to the current, because I don't know how often the property appraiser changes it, or who's in charge of what year it's done. Is it done after a tax year? Is it done before a tax year? Again, the last time I've looked, my number has been the same since 2021.
Yeah, and
The
I'm
date
not,
is automatic. When you click on that tool, it defaults to today's date. But that doesn't mean that that's what it's reflective of.
so, and just keep in mind too, the Save Our Homes cap might limit how much that goes up. I'm sure that's attached to it. So, you know, that tool has been in place for years so that people's taxes don't go up by a large amount. So that is also holding that back too. But I can look into Pinellas County to see if that's something that they can update to a more realistic, up-to-date number, and I can let everybody know.
Especially because the city manager from Cape Coral was one of the, and I think that was the, it might have been the building official from Cape Coral, I would have to look back, gave that as a recommendation. So
I'll look into that.
someone else can go, I'll look for more questions.
Now, the trim notices just went out from Pinellas County, so they should have the most up-to-date assessments. And then when they do the calculation for FEMA 50/50, they use the fair market value, not the adjusted value, right? So there's two different values that when you look at your tax bill, one of them will say, this is what we think your house is worth in today's market, so let's call it $1 million, right? But because you bought the house in 1985 for $200,000 and you were capped at 3% increase for the last 30 years, your actual assessed value on the property might be $350,000. The FEMA 50/50 is based on the market value, is that correct?
Correct. There are three numbers that you'll see when you go to the property appraiser's website. The first you described is the sales comparison value. That's what the property appraiser assumes that the property could be sold for, and that includes amenities, location, things like that are factored in. Then there's the assessed value, which, as you said, that's capped. That's where your homestead exemptions are applied, et cetera, and that's how you pay your property tax. So that's how the millage is factored against the assessed value. The just or market value is what the FEMA 50% rule is, and that presumes that it's the rebuild cost of the structures on the property. Which, of course, again, that you can go get that appraised and.
Yeah. So you can get an appraisal specifically to deal or to address this issue,
Yes, you can.
and that will then give you the cost, for example, to rebuild the structure or to improve the structure?
Or if you've had an appraisal done in the last year, so we can accept an appraisal up to 1 year old. So if you've recently bought a home, as an example, you went through an appraisal process, there should be a carve-out for the structure itself and an applied value for that. We can accept that as well. But yeah, most appraisers now certainly are aware and are doing these all the time, and they're doing a specialized FEMA appraisal on the structure.
Thank you. Commissioner Mulholland?
I have, not surprisingly, a number of questions. I may end up shotgunning here, and I may end up, some of them may appear redundant, but I want to be certain that I cover them. First of all, while I wasn't going to mention this, what Commissioner Reznicki and the building inspector was speaking about, that's called the quick pick tool. I didn't know if I heard anybody say that or not, but that right-hand corner drop down is called the quick pick tool. And the very left corner of that box is called the FEMA letter. So that's where you can find what the county says that your structure's worth. Just one observation. I have to believe we're talking about 4 options, and sometimes when you start getting too many options, it gets mind-numbing a little bit. But just my opinion, I would have to believe option 1 is not an option for the residents of the city based on our demographics. I would not believe that our citizens would not want to have the flood insurance program available to them.
It would be catastrophic to the real estate market for sure, among other things.
Right. So that's not a personal observation. That's an observation for what I believe to be the demographics of our city and where people are. So I would just throw that out there. If we assume that we would want to move forward with 2023-13, and I'm not personally assuming that. I'm just guessing that I know there's consideration for it. Shouldn't we confirm in writing with FEMA that based on the first reading that it won't be seen as an effort to skirt the rules by passing it moving forward? It's had its first reading, so I have heard people tell me that if it's had its first reading that it probably should pass muster with FEMA. Those of us that are really paying attention understand that we don't want a FEMA audit. We don't want any government audit, like anybody that's ever dealt with them doesn't want a government audit. I don't know if that's an attorney question. I don't know if that's a question for you, Ms. Sanderson, or for who it's for, but I do think it's a question that needs to be answered. Is FEMA going to say that, yes, you had a first reading, so you're okay if you do a second reading and pass this?
So if Mr. Brooks would like to answer that question, great. I know Brandon has had some significant conversations and can jump in as well.
Where do I push? It's on? Okay, my first time. So FEMA actually doesn't review them. They have a contract through the Division of Emergency Management at the state of Florida, and they have a consultant that reviews proposed floodplain management regulation ordinances. And I think, talking to Brandon earlier, they reviewed some of our ordinances. And Brandon, can you give the details on that?
They had reviewed that ordinance you're referencing back in December. We could always run it by them again to make sure that the standards are still able to move forward for second final reading, but they did, the Department of Emergency Management did look back in December over the ordinance. Now, that did carry some higher requirements than just the 1 year with the exceptions removed. We did include an additional foot of freeboard as a requirement. The county maps were set as the standard when they were at the higher standard, and substantial improvement was reduced from 50 to 49%. So there were higher standards that were included that didn't have just to do with the look back period. They're pertinent to it, but not necessarily tied in with that look back period. But that they did look that over, and they did give us the blessing to move forward on it.
Okay, couple things there. So FedEd, the Florida Division of Emergency Management reviewed it, or FEMA reviewed it, or if Florida reviews it, FEMA will accept it. I didn't understand
FEMA
that.
doesn't review it. FEMA says you do, it's our job, but then they also have the Division of Emergency Management at Florida that will review it, and they help us decide whether what we're doing is going to impact the FEMA's CRS point system.
Okay, understand. And I did read that, but thank you. I wanted clarification on that. But you also indicated, because I didn't see that as part of that ordinance, the freeboard. You'd mentioned freeboard, Mr. Berry.
Yes.
And I'm going to talk more about freeboard, the 3-foot freeboard as opposed to 1-foot freeboard. But was what the state approved on the first reading, did that include 3 feet of freeboard, or did it include 1 foot of freeboard with the 10-foot base elevation?
No, it was, our current requirement, and this is a statewide requirement as part of the Florida Building Code, is 1 foot of freeboard. We had proposed 2 feet of freeboard as part of the 2023 ordinance that was reviewed last December, and that was included as part of that evaluation. We discussed in the staff report 3 feet. That is the maximum number of feet in which we receive additional points through the community rating system. So that's why that was addressed there. What we had sent to the state had been 2 feet.
Okay, so just to be clear, if for some reason 2 weeks, 2 months down the road, we pass whatever ordinance it is from December of 2023, that will be 10-foot base and 2 foot of freeboard.
So the base is going to vary throughout the city. Different neighborhoods are affected differently. Bell Vista, based on the graphics in the report, went up by about 2 feet. That was just used as an example. Some areas it's 1 foot, some areas it's two and change. So it does vary throughout the city. The county maps are a little bit more robust and granular than the FEMA maps, which have a larger area that they can consider on the map. So it's variable. It's not going to be set across any of the neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. I'll have a little bit more on that here in just a moment, though. Thank you.
You can find that in your agenda packet at page 9, or page 20 of 115, if you want to see it.
Okay.
You've got that ordinance in there.
On page 7, we talk about historic districts that met all criteria for historic designation pre-storm. What about historic or residents that are in historic districts presently and were eligible on the day before the storm, but were not designated as historic residences? Do we get crossed up with FEMA if we allow those residents to submit a request to be designated historic based on one day before the storm?
And again, I'm going to ask Brandon to address this because he's most familiar with historic structures as well. Just stay up here, Brandon. Gonna punt.
There you go. That's a great question, and that's something we're looking into. We typically, and I've spoken with the state about this, the state's Historic Preservation Office, there have been cases in which historic structures have been completely reconstructed and still considered a local historic resource. The local resource designation is what gives them that protection and the ability to receive a FEMA variance. I do want to see clarification from them on that, but based on our discussions, I believe that if the restoration preserves the structure as historic, they would be eligible for that. And we're looking into that for the next historic board meeting.
I think what Commissioner, if I'm correct in what you were asking, is if they did not have the designation 4 weeks ago, could they apply for the designation today, receive the designation and all the benefits?
Correct.
And us not get in trouble with FEMA?
Correct. Correct.
So FEMA's looking at, and their sole criteria that's established in the substantial damage definition is that the historic structure, whether the damage, the repairs would otherwise be considered substantial or not, that it doesn't preclude the structure as a historic resource. That's the one consideration, the one sentence in that definition. So that's what they are going to be looking at. I think the effect would be more with our historic district and with our historic preservation ordinance in general, because we are much stricter than that. We do require a FEMA variance process rather than just an administrative process. So I have reached out to the state. We're going to be having conversations about that. I don't think it's the designation of the structure. The concern with staff and what I'm looking into is whether if a structure were not in the local registry, if it were to be substantially damaged, now the property owner wants to restore it to the way it was prior to the event, would that keep the structure eligible for a FEMA variance? I don't believe it's an issue if it's designated after the storm, but I do think, I just want to get that clarification that if it was substantially damaged, if the facade was significantly modified, would that make them eligible? I don't have an answer for that yet.
So just so I'm clear, and I know you don't have an answer, so any resident that is currently within a historic district that was significantly damaged, there is a reasonable possibility that they may, after the fact, be able to apply for historic designation based on the fact that they are in a historic district and they meet all the criteria of being a historic structure.
Correct. That's a good possibility. The minimum standard is that the structure is at least 50 years old, that it hasn't been dramatically altered in a way that removes its historic integrity. Those are the two basic requirements. Many of the structures down in Paso Grill, they have a head start because we've already completed a survey of that area, and we have the Florida master site files that go through the details. They've done all that research. We do have a couple historic structures outside of Paso Grill, a couple in the Don Cesar neighborhood, that have gone through that process, and they're just as eligible for FEMA variances as the property down in Paso Grill. We just already have that data for the Paso Grill neighborhood. But there are many structures that are on the local registry currently. They're eligible for application for a FEMA variance, and we're just looking in to make sure that those that took on storm damage are still eligible to be designated after the fact and can be restored prior to the event.
Okay. I mean, obviously, that's not going to help everybody, but hopefully that can come.
Just because you're on the historic, so I don't ask it after to follow and add to the question. We have two neighborhoods that were this is not something new, and you probably, I know you're familiar, Brendan, with the Don Cesar neighborhood and Bella Vista, who were currently, I think, at the final stage. I know in November we were supposed to have a presentation from Lynn Rossetti on the status of the survey for historic designation for those two neighborhoods. So because that was in the books prior to this event, are we going to ask for those neighborhoods as well? You know, not having the presentation, not knowing where we are, even though I know it's probably favorable for them. Can they locally designate as well?
We did send those off to the state right before Helene, so those are in transit. They're probably being recorded. There were hundreds, of course, so it takes some time to get those recorded. But they would be just as eligible as Paso Grill. It's not the Paso Grill overlay that allows for that. It's the fact that our requirements are they be in the Florida inventory, which the completion of those master site files is that part of it. And then they decide to locally designate. Now, in doing that, if someone receives a FEMA variance, they need to remain on the registry for the life of the structure. So any kind of significant exterior alterations, those are always going to need to go to the Historic Preservation Board until the home is torn down. We don't currently have any limitations on demolition. They can tear the home down if they like, but anything that improves that structure does need to remain on the life if they get that FEMA variance. But like you said, the structures that were added to the inventory in the Don Cesar and Bella Vista, they'd be eligible just like in Paso Grill once we get those recorded.
So, page 4, we talk about the recommendation or the support for changing the freeboard from 10+1 to 10+3. I think this is probably Ms. Sanderson, but I'm not certain. Do we have any idea what the number of residents that would be negatively affected by changing the freeboard from 1 to 3? Is there any data or information on that?
To my knowledge, there is no data on that. The only data that I have is that the structures built since 2019, I believe was the date, we have seen the vast majority, nearly every structure built at 3-foot freeboard or above.
2019.
Correct.
But what about structures that were built between 1971 and 2018?
Unfortunately, we don't have ready access to that data, and that would require a little bit of research.
And how would that impact potentially the 3-foot freeboard from an individual flood insurance perspective of, let's say, hypothetically, somebody has 7 foot of current floodplain, base floodplain. So with the current ordinances, they are 4 foot short, so they are paying a premium on their flood insurance for that 4 foot, 3+1. But if we change that to 10+3, which makes that 7 plus whatever that number is, 5, those individual properties' insurance is going to go up relatively significantly because they are going to be paying a greater premium based on the fact that they are now 50% over the base flood as opposed to 25% over the base flood. And I'm just using round numbers here.
I don't know how to answer that question because I must admit, I'm not that familiar with how those calculations are made. Again, Brandon may know, he's sort of our expert on this, and Luke has a great deal of familiarity as well.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to play gotcha.
Oh, no,
I'm
no.
just, this is a very complex situation, and before we rush into making some decision here, which, personally, I would like to, make a quick decision that's the best decision, but there's a lot of downside to making the wrong decision here, and I think these are things that we need to consider. So please don't think I'm trying to put you on the spot on this. I'm just like you, trying to get answers.
Of course, and I'm not feeling that way at all. And I think, to your point, we're in this awful moment right now where you all are being tasked with making really difficult choices, and we're trying to bring to you the best information available to us at the time, recognizing that, the direction we get tonight, it's going to require some additional research so that when we come back with a crafted ordinance, and maybe where we're at, given this discussion, is we need to do some more research before you can provide that guidance, and that's certainly fair. In terms of time, unfortunately, because of the requirements of FEMA, this is a lengthy process for our residents. These FEMA packets are required for most structures, as you know. So if you're non-conforming, which is many structures in the city, FEMA packet will be required and then must be evaluated. So it's unfortunate for the residents, but that does indeed give us a little bit of time to step carefully and thoughtfully through this process, which is certainly the hope that we all have.
So since you mentioned the FEMA packages, and I still do, Mr. Mayor, have more questions. If you tell me I need to speed it up, please let me know. So the FEMA packages, there's a 50% rule. I think everybody generally gets the concept of that, whether we wanted to or not. I think everyone gets it. But typically, any construction project, you generally, at least if you're a smart person budgeting, you have to anticipate that there may be overages. Mm-hmm. So when a FEMA package is submitted, and whatever, let's just use $100,000, that somebody has $100,000 to work with. Mm-hmm. Is there a margin that needs to be built into the FEMA package as a responsible resident or as a responsible city to understand that we don't want somebody to end up out of compliance because of an overage? Mm-hmm. So is there any 5%, 6%, 10% planned overage to prevent an overage? And if there is an overage, what happens?
I'm not aware of any regulatory concessions as it relates to overage, meaning FEMA regulatory concessions. The number is the number. Luke and I did talk briefly earlier today how we would have to evaluate the FEMA packages for validity, fraud, fairness, et cetera. So I'd like him to chime in. Yeah.
Well, so just as far as the FEMA package itself, towards the very bottom of the form, there is a required 10% contingency. So that's factored into that package. So if the total project is $100,000, then it's looking for a $10,000 contingency in there. I mean, at the end of the day, people are working off quotes that they get from a contractor. Sometimes those numbers fluctuate. Hopefully they don't fluctuate up. But, so should something be uncovered, then we would need a revision to that if there's changes in that, and that 10% contingency is eaten up.
So, okay, so you answered my initial question, but now there's a follow-up. So if I'm the homeowner and I'm allowed $100,000 based on the FEMA 50% rule, and my estimate is 90%, but that 90% is grossed up to 100% because of the 10% overage factor. What if I, at the end of the day, end up at $110,000? Am I now out of compliance, and am I not granted an occupancy permit or a final inspection permit because I'm now outside the FEMA rules?
And that's where this FEMA packet is crucial. It's crucial for the contractor or the homeowner. If the homeowner's acting in the capacity of a contractor, it's crucial for those numbers to be as accurate as they can be and to manage the project as you go. And then it's also crucial on our part to make sure that those numbers are realistic. In the past, I've seen FEMA packages that come across and they're not realistic. And as the building official, as a plans examiner, by Florida building code, we have to evaluate these numbers to make sure that they are realistic to the market today. And it's not always easy, but we do the best that we can with it. But it can be difficult to manage from both a contractor and a homeowner and plans examiner perspective.
So what you're telling me is that there's checks and balances, there's a homeowner, there's a contractor, and there's a city, which is great. But if the checks and balances fail, what happens to the homeowner if those checks and balances fail?
So if the project exceeds that 50%, then it's substantially damaged or substantially improved, and then it would be required to be made compliant.
And how does that happen after they've spent the money? And once again,
there's too much noise in the back. I couldn't hear you.
I apologize. You're the messenger. I'm just trying to sort through this for people to help us all understand it. So does that mean the homeowner at that point is out $110,000 and still has to tear down their house?
Absolute worst case scenario, that possibility is there. And again, so part of the issue is we have to look at the whole picture. So we have permits trickling in for parts of projects, and unfortunately, I have to hold back on those until I can get the whole picture of the project that's going on. Because the last thing that I want to do is approve a roof permit for a structure that could potentially be substantially damaged. Because I don't want to have somebody dumping money into a project potentially that could be substantially damaged. So that would look bad on us as a city, and it would be very bad on the property owner for obvious reasons. So we're trying to make sure that we go through this with a fine-tooth comb to make sure we're doing this accurately.
And I have no doubt any of that's going to happen, and I appreciate that. And I want people to understand that, be cautious.
Yes.
I don't want to sit here and let people think that, this is going to go perfectly. They just need to be paying attention. If they're that close to the numbers, they need to be very, very cautious. And that's, you've answered my questions, and I appreciate it, and just wanted people to know.
So just on that same note, if you don't mind. So just with the FEMA package, right, when you submit it, and it's lengthy. It's very long, it's very detailed. And you have to fill out a scope of the work that's going to be done. I mean, you're going to put in drywall, baseboards, kitchen cabinets. Your contractor has to itemize everything that they're going to do with dollar values on the side of it, right? And we have general guidelines where we know, okay, drywall is going to be X amount per square foot, baseboards are going to cost X amount per linear foot, kitchen cabinets are roughly going to be about this much, and so on. So our building officials can use that and see if somebody is, lowballing it to make you fit into that FEMA guideline, or if the bid actually looks legitimate. The other component of that is your contractor has to sign a notarized affidavit. I don't remember what the penalties were, but they are severe if they lie on that. So that actually also works in your favor, right? Because when they are submitting their package for roughly 90% plus the 10% overage to keep you under that 50%, that is another, excuse me, if you'll please turn off your cell phones. Thank you. And that's also another layer of protection for you, the homeowner, because you should have at that point, if I was doing it, I would have a contract with that contractor that says, here's the scope of work you're going to do, and this is the amount that we're agreeing to. I think where the danger is for some people might be if you start tearing out stuff and then you're finding things
that would require a permit on itself, and then you come back to the city and you have to file an updated permit, and that now kicks you over 50%, I think that's where some of the danger really is, more so than that overage.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to scare anybody.
No, but it's really important. So I was simply trying to make the point is that you make sure that your contractor really understands that package and what they're signing their life away for. Because your contractor is going to be on the hook for it, and you, the homeowner, are also signing it as well. And so make sure the most important part is getting that package done correctly on the front end, and that's going to minimize the potential negative side effects further down the line.
Mayor, can I ask one question? Sure. Or it might be multiple, but now I know we're talking about the resident going to get permit, but I want to go to the city's responsibility. These were big events. Okay, like I said, we had prior events, Etta, Idalia, people went through permitting, did the packet, been there, done that. But this is a big event, and we're trying to protect the city from losing a rating, from losing insurance, national flood insurance, FEMA assistance, and so forth. So the city, I'm assuming, is going to be taking proactive measures in identifying properties, right? I think last night, Denise, you might have mentioned, it might have been through comment or someone asked a question about something, and you mentioned substantial damage. And going around the city to look at properties, right? Just myself, and I'm sure all of us have driven around trying to kind of guesstimate how many properties have been damaged, which I would say is more than 85%, had those 18 inches of water in their property. And you mentioned, and I don't want to say, does that mean you're deemed substantial damage? And then what does that mean? Because a property who's working on removing stuff and possibly working on putting drywall right now without a permit, and code enforcement starting to go out, you receiving a possible letter that says that your home has been substantially damaged. My question is, A, what does that mean? And because again, people might be putting money. I mean, I know, we're putting money to just mitigate, which we're told we can do that, right, to mitigate mold and so forth. But now for replacement.
Sure.
Okay. What does that mean? Because people will start hitting above that 50%.
Sure. So I'll briefly describe, and this is a little bit repetitive for folks that were here last night. So what has occurred and what is going on right now, and what does that mean? So immediately following Helene in particular, we did 5.5 days of windshield assessments. And that assessment populated a GIS map that went to Pinellas County. And that mapping identified affected, damaged, majorly damaged, et cetera, and we did in fact have to condemn a few structures. So in that windshield assessment, we were asked to estimate the flood line, if you will, which is evidenced on the side of many of your homes, what level of flood incursion you likely had in that structure. We didn't enter any structures as an example unless there was a condemnation concern. So we did that process in 5.5 days. With Milton, it took us about a day to do that. We had far less damage, as you know, primarily roofs and perhaps windows. That information went to the county. The county has since hired a consultant, Haggerty Consulting, and Haggerty has hired and deployed, I believe it's 100 inspectors to the barrier islands and coastal affected areas, the largely affected areas, to do a substantial damage assessment. And that assessment is based on the data that we provided to the county. They are selecting all properties where there appears evidence to be 18 inches or greater of water incursion, and that is really, that's the level of your receptacles, so there's wiring involved, et cetera. And then they're doing a calculation. So they're identifying all of the properties. They plug it into a substantial damage estimator that is nothing like what we have to do for the FEMA packet. But their estimator uses sort of a multiplier based on their known practices or their past history of practices. And they will inform the city, provide us a list of all of those properties that they have determined to be substantially damaged. So that is a presumption of substantial damage. We will then immediately notify all property owners that there's been a declaration. Property owners can appeal that declaration. Again, these are some of the things that we've been talking about. You don't have to wait for that declaration to come. That's in 4 to 6 weeks when they complete their work. That you should expect to see a letter shortly thereafter. You do not have to wait for that. You can start with the FEMA packet now. You don't have to wait for that determination. If you get that letter and there is a determination of that, you can defend that. And one of the ways is the appraisals that we talked about. That might elevate your just value or your FEMA cap, if you will. Or it can simply be, you can show evidence that, no, my FEMA packet shows that I'm still below that 50% threshold and thus not substantially damaged.
Yes, sir.
Did that answer all of your question?
So,
And I'm sorry, I think the other question you asked is how many structures. We have been challenged in getting that data back to us. I cannot break down for you. This was asked last week as well. We've asked twice and still haven't gotten the data on how many of those structures did, in fact, we determined to be major damage affected, et cetera. I have not gotten those numbers back.
so I think you already got the understanding, or maybe Mr. Berry did, that I have reservations about changing the freeboard. I believe I heard you say that you are no longer, or the city is no longer advocating for making the entire city a coastal A zone. Did I understand that properly?
I think we just presented a few options that were related to those are major points of warding activities. If that's something that the commission wants us to look into in more depth, we did not recommend the citywide coastal A standards as part of the ordinance last year. It's not something that we were proposing for amendment. These are just significant elements that are all generally related to what was presented last year.
Is that the same for freeboard? Because I got the sense that freeboard was being pushed pretty hard here, the freeboard change.
In terms, if that's the direction the commission would like us to take to look at lowering our CRS rating, that's one of the best activities to be able to do so. Increasing freeboard to 3 feet is almost an entire level. That's an additional 5%. That was just presented as one of the activities. If that's a priority for us, we were really just soliciting feedback tonight and
I think you've gotten mine.
You have.
Okay. It's already been suggested to me by one person that changing the freeboard or coastal A might result in a lawsuit against the city. So, I'm not saying that a threat of a lawsuit should prevent us from doing the right thing, but I have personal concerns about the freeboard and the coastal A. I just think that we're going to potentially impact people that haven't done anything to be impacted, and everybody's insurance is going to go up. So I think I've said enough on that one, but thank you. How many properties will be negatively impacted by the look back? Do we have any data on that? I know we're trying to fix the look back because there's a negative impact on a number of residents, but to change an ordinance that potentially will cross us up once again with FEMA, do we have any sense for, how many residents will be hurt by that if we don't change that?
So the quick answer is no. I have to believe we can be able to pull the data from our permit system and review it to pull out that which is those exclusion items, those things that are repair maintenance. We should be able to pull that out. And then from that, of course, extract those things that are substantial improvements that have been made since 2021. So we should be able to do that, and I would have that available for you at the next commission meeting.
Do we happen to know how many properties in the city are new builds, which I think you said earlier, 2019 forward, are considered the new builds?
On the single family, I do know, it's 85 properties.
85? Okay.
So just on your previous question, unless they're doing exempt work, if they are in the floodplain, they have to complete a FEMA package
That is
at
correct.
the time of renovation. So I think to answer your question, we should be able to tally all the FEMA packets that we've received in the last 3.5 years. That should give us the answer of how many people would be impacted.
I took your question, and correct me if I'm wrong, I took your question to mean how many of those between July of 2021 and present have made substantial improvements, which would reduce the 50% because it would be included in the calculation. Did I misunderstand?
No, not this question. I think I may have asked that earlier,
But they would have had to
new
fill out a
builds.
package if they did substantial improvement. So they would have had to fill out a FEMA package if they did any substantial improvement?
Is that correct?
Yeah, they couldn't have,
Yeah.
Yeah, so if a property is not conforming to the flood regulations and they did work previously, then yeah, we would require a FEMA packet for that permit when that renovation was done.
so to answer Commissioner Mulholland's,
So we should just be able,
we should be able to just pull up every
That's
FEMA
what
packet in the last 3.5 years, and okay, here's 200. These are the people that would be impacted if we don't roll it back to 1 year.
got you. Yep.
Yeah, that
Thank
should
you, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
And then lastly, I know everybody's probably ready for me to stop talking here. And I think this ties into everything we've been talking about, but it would be if there's somehow we could get some sense of short-term and long-term impacts for the option 2, 3, and 4. Just some sense of, we really need to know how many people we're hurting no matter which way we go, and the more data that we have on that. I mean, we get some input from some of the residents, but there's a lot of residents that aren't as severely impacted, that aren't speaking and aren't maybe paying attention as much as they need to be, which we have all been guilty of that at some point in our residence here in this city. So I would just ask if there's any way we can get some kind of sense on short-term, long-term impacts for the populace in general.
Yep.
So I appreciate everybody allowing me the time to ask these questions.
No, this is an important conversation, and I think the more we can flesh it out, and that's one of the reasons we have a variety of people on our commission here, so that we can each contribute, because you're thinking of things I haven't thought of, Commissioner Murray, you think of things I haven't thought about. I'm thinking at this point, if y'all are agreeable, I would say we amend our agenda to move this item to a discussion item at the end and allow everyone here the opportunity to provide their audience comments, so that when we're having our discussion about this subject, it'll be based on hearing from our community first. Would that be agreeable? Okay. Would there be, unless there's any other changes from staff, questions for staff?
I do have one quick question, and that's, Denise, for you or the building official. There's properties that are going to be presumptively substantially damaged, correct?
Correct.
There's also properties that are not going to be presumptively substantially damaged. And so is there any kind of equation you all are using for somebody who comes in who's like, man, my FEMA 50% number is super high, and I had 2 inches of water in my house? Does that person still have to fill out the whole FEMA packet and have the same level of detail being looked at on their building permit?
Indeed, they do, under FEMA regulation. So if they're a non-conforming structure, so if they're not already above the floodplain, they would have to fill it out. If they are seeking any kind of repair.
Okay. And then one last question is there any, I know that the building official said that, you don't want to start giving out piecemeal permits to people for little parts and then have that number add up too high at the end. But for folks who, we still have a lot of people who are just getting back into town or haven't gotten back into town to even look at their properties yet and are finding out that their electrical meter on their house was submerged and they have no power at their house. And what they really want to do is be able to get the power on so they can plug in dehumidifiers. Is there any, is there any kind of health and safety clause for being able to issue a permit for something like that allows them to be able to start mitigating their house without doing the whole FEMA packet, because they don't even know what the damage is yet. They don't even know if they need to hire a contractor or,
So were you sitting in our office earlier because we had this conversation? So I'm going to put Luke on the hot seat for that one.
So that exact same scenario came up today. Resident was saying that scenario. He had damage to the electrical service, but he didn't have any power there to perform any evaluation or to try to dry it out. So initially it was pushed back because we didn't have the FEMA packet. He came in and I don't want to say pled his case, but explained the scenario, and it made perfect sense. So, but I made it clear that, okay, so I'm comfortable releasing this permit, and it was just solely for the electrical service had to be repaired so they get power back. It was a small amount, but I made it clear that, hypothetically speaking, if your property is substantially damaged, this could be money that's wasted. Understood, he was fine with it. I released the permit. We're not trying to hold people back. We're trying to work with them, but it's difficult to make a blanket statement and say, well, if there's this or this, then we can approve it. But we're just on a case-by-case basis, we're evaluating it, and where I can, I say yes.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to the approval of the agenda. Besides moving the FEMA 50/50 discussion to item 7B, are there any other changes proposed to the agenda tonight?
Go ahead.
Well, you can go in order. We'll go with District 4 and move on.
I have one, Mr. Mayor, and we may settle this before we get to discussion, and if so,
I'm having a hard time hearing. I can't hear.
Excuse me, everyone. Excuse me. Hi. If you all please just keep it down. If you want to have a conversation, please step outside so that we can hear and so that you can hear us and we can hear you. Thank you.
So yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to add one to discussion, although I may withdraw depending on how the discussion goes on a couple of the action items. I would like to add to discussion ordinance 2024-9 to the discussion item, and that's the only request that I have.
2024-9. Okay. Commissioner Reznicki?
I wanted to add to the discussion, and probably similar to Mr. Mulholland's, Commissioner Mulholland's comment, if it's addressed already, but resources to the community, funding, and by funding, meaning potential funding that we could be helping residents, whether it's through FEMA, state, federal, and maybe any alternatives and changes in zoning for homes to help mitigate potential money. So
okay.
It might come up in discussion. But.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson, anything?
Yeah, I have one thing to add to discussion item. Would be discussing whether we can offer any sort of debris pickup under our contract with Aftermath. Afterwards, after we get the majority of the city taken care of, as far as going ahead and offering that to any of the condos, HOAs, that they would reimburse us for, or just extending if we're getting a big discount or anything to that effect, just to help them out, and as well the businesses.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to add a discussion item to look at potentially reducing permit fees for homeowners during this time.
Okay. I will add 2 items. We have to make a decision on what we're going to do with our Christmas events, and I know this is probably not at the top of your list, but we still got to make a decision on it and give staff direction what we're doing with holiday lights, events at the park. We have a whole program for the whole month of December that we need to be able to tell the staff what to do with. So we need to have a discussion on that. And then also a discussion on maybe doing a workshop, or the next workshop that we're doing, the next town hall, maybe combining it with a workshop to help people navigate the FEMA applications, especially as it relates with maybe hiring an appraiser, and going through that process, and see if that's something that we want to do. Okay. Are there any amendments, any further amendments to the agenda?
Mayor, I have one amendment. I'd like to move consent item 4D to action item 5C. I just have a brief amendment to the contract that has been provided on the dais tonight.
Thank you. All right. May I please have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I make a motion to approve the October 22nd, 2024 City Commission amended agenda.
Second?
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, next we have audience comments. Just as a reminder for everyone, if you want to make a general audience comment, not about any of the items that are on the agenda, you can fill out a yellow card that is in the back and you provide that to the city clerk. She will call your name. When she calls your name, you will come to the podium. You have 3 minutes to say what is on your mind. Generally, this is not a question and answer session. Okay, we had that yesterday, and we will have more of them. We're going to talk about when the next one's on the schedule in a couple of weeks. So at the town halls, that's when we do general Q&A session. This is your opportunity to tell us what it is that you want us to hear. And we want to make sure that we take your comments into consideration as we make these decisions. So with that, City Clerk.
Chappie Crawford?
I know we did have several people that left, so if we'll call your name once or twice. If you're not here, then we will move on.
Mr. Crawford?
Okay.
John Kurzman, and Commissioners, I did receive a card from another resident. Our policy that you all adopted, or that was adopted by the previous commission, allows for additional time for those representing an organization. It does not permit donating of time from one person to another. I do have a card requesting the additional time to Mr. Kurzman, but that's not a decision that I can make.
It's just 2 people wanting to talk together for 6 minutes.
Commissioners?
Or 3 people talking together for 3 minutes. For 6
Yea or
minutes.
nay?
If it's 2 people, that's 3 minutes each, so.
Yeah. Well, I'm
fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, so Mr. Kurzman, 6 minutes on the clock for you, sir.
Thank you.
And when you come up to the podium, if you'll please state your name and address. Thank you.
John Kurzman, Be a Honda Way. General discussion about the topic, the presentation we just had. This is a slide that I used a while back. I went on the community status book report from Florida and the FEMA, and we've been at Class 6 since 2016. And back then I said, it was a 5% discount if we were to be able to get a better level. And 5% penalty if we get a little worse. And there's only 63 communities that are better than us in the rating system even then. And the choice was to try to get to level 4, which would have made us the top 4 in the entire state. Being where we are as a barrier island, I think that's a lofty goal. I don't think that trying to get to a higher level to save $89 a person or 2 times $89 is really what we should be after right now, when we're, especially now with the hindsight of the situation people are in. So trying to get 1 foot of freeboard, 2 foot or 3 foot of freeboard, I think really should be something that we're not talking about. Instead, what we've learned is that with the daisy chaining, or what we used to do, which was that, you know, you close a permit, you open a permit, it didn't even get us to a better class. We were class 6 before, we're class 6 now. It gained us nothing with regard to our rating system. How hard is it to then say, well, maybe we ought to just roll back to the plan we had prior to the 2021 change? It didn't gain us anything. Why should it cost us anything to go back to where we were? And then in this 2023 proposal, it quoted things like the Pinellas study, a very bad thing to start from, because first off, it provided 2040, 27, and 2100 models, and our ordinance doesn't even say which model it wants to be based on, but it wants to add 2 feet on top of it. So how do you have an ordinance based on that? On top of it, how do you let people try to build their homes to a level and then find out that they are going to be susceptible to 50% plan over again? That's essentially what's happening to me and all the people that have built homes between 1971 and 2023 or 2021, from what you just heard. If you start changing the rules, I paid extra, a lot of people paid extra to get homes or to build their homes to be at base flood elevation. It's very important. You don't change the rule that then makes it that if we have a damage, I just had damage to my home, if we have damage to our homes, that we have to start doing FEMA packets. We bought our homes at the level of base flood elevation so we wouldn't have to do FEMA packets if we ever had to do work. And I haven't had to do a FEMA packet before when I needed to do work. I shouldn't have to do a FEMA packet now when it really counts. And it could mean I won't be able to rebuild my home. And that's really a terrible situation to be put in now that my home has been, you know, harmed. So, you know, and if you look in the FEMA handbook, it makes distinctions between significant improvement and significant damage. It says significant damage rolls into significant improvement, but it doesn't say treat them the same. So what it's saying is, if you have significant damage, you treat it as significant damage. If you have significant improvement you're applying for, you consider your significant damage as part of the application for significant improvement. But it doesn't mean that just because you have significant damage, the rules of FEMA that say you only can do these things, you know, for significant improvement apply. So for instance, there's things that they say, if you want to do significant improvement for a vertical addition, you follow the new design flood elevation. But it doesn't say you follow the design flood elevation for significant damage. But I've had people telling me that it seems that there's some confusion about that. So it's very important that we read these things very carefully and don't put things in our local ordinances that aren't what FEMA's requiring. FEMA's not requiring significant improvement rules to be put upon significant damage applications. And I think that that's being lost in some of the discussions I'm hearing. And then, so don't be changing freeboard. And even our own website said no FEMA packet built if your house is built prior to 1971 or after 71. And in the desktop guide, it's saying when the building was constructed is what you use for significant damage. And for vertical additions, that's when they start getting into these splitting of the hairs. Grandfathering, there's multiple places where they talk about grandfathering. In the desktop guide, do a Google search on grandfathering FEMA flood. It says that you're grandfathered not just for post-firm buildings for your ratings, it says that you have a administrative grandfathering for the rules. Also, pre-firm homes are grandfathered if you've been paying for your flood insurance all this time. Be making sure you're getting your grandfathering if you've been paying for your flood insurance all the time. And there's links about that. And there's flawed maps about that. I've been working with the city. I gave up because there's been a change of staffing, and I don't want to bog people down. But if we're concerned about our flood insurance ratings, we need to fix our map because we have the state map that shows us having the wrong things. And by the way, this is the law, but here, look at NOAA. NOAA says if we go to 1 foot, 2 foot, and 3 foot, this map shows you what houses are going to be really flooded. I'll put it on the link, and it's bad. And then Hurricane Ian, Bonita Beach, 12-foot surge. That wasn't what even we had. So, I mean, I'm not saying don't raise your home. I'm just saying don't regulate people into a situation where they have to. And then we've got to fix our own electric system because we're making people raise their houses and we're not even raising the electric system that feeds them. Thank you. And
Thank you, sir.
Deb Scheckner.
Thank you. If you please state your name and address for the record.
Deborah Scheckner, Boca Ciega, St. Beach. I do want to thank the mayor, city manager, commission, and the staff, because our staff was exemplary in this situation. There are some funding sources. I'd like to see us get some of the money from last year's bed tax, if it hasn't all been spent already. Hurricane Sandy. HUD offered community block grants and disaster recovery. We're not even looking at those other funding sources right now. And I don't know if the programs are still the same acronyms, but the other one was CDBG-DR programs provided significant disaster grant assistance, not only to repair or replace the infrastructure and facilities. So they helped. Department of Interior, again, helped with Sandy, and to clean our waterways, to recover the wetlands, open our waterways, and bolster resilience. Sandy was bad, but so are we, because when you think it goes from Clearwater or maybe even above, all the way down to Fort Myers, that's an enormous area, and I don't know if we have to get together with the other communities or what, but these things are available. And if we have some good people who know how to find these grants and to get these grants, I think it's something that we really need to do. Look beyond just what we have here. It's very, very difficult because it really comes down to money. To save your home, which is most precious to most people. I know mine is precious to me. That's where a lot of my memories are with my kids. And it is clear that we might want to ask somebody for grant money for a sewer system. So funds are out there, we just have to get them. And, you know, I guess we have to wait till after the elections to see who's going to be the senators and Congress people. But it's really, really important, I think, for us to look outside just Pinellas County and go to the federal government, because they've done it before and they should do it for us. Thank you.
State your name and address for the record.
Hi, Robin Miller, 6990 Gulf Boulevard, President and CEO of Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber, former resident of Bella Vista, 580 Bell Point, and I want to make that very clear, because before I speak, representing the business community, we do have compassion, especially myself, of living on this beach and knowing what has happened. So my 3 minutes, I have a lot to say, and I'm going to put it very concisely and in bullets like I typically do when I communicate through our communication process. First of all, we're talking about positive progress, and we're doing our best as an organization that represents your business community to showcase that. Mayor, I want to thank you for calling me about one of your businesses that you love, and I've spoke with her and doing our best to assist her in her efforts. Residents, we do understand what you're going through, but we also realize that you need businesses to go to and have a great experience, whether it is a cabana, a restaurant, or a shopping experience. City Manager Corey Avenue extends past Gulf Boulevard, and that's a part of our debris situation, which you and I have spoke about. This is very hard for me. We want, as a business community, we want you to know that we need you as much as we all need each other, right? And walking in and out of every business, small business that's on this island, some of them have opened up in a very, very string capacity with walls exposed just to try to get their employees to work. And if you think about one business, Woody's and Willie's, two of them, that's probably about 72 employees at the end of that road. Multiply that all the way up Gulf Boulevard. So we have a lot of work to do in our whole entire community effort. So we just ask, as you make your decisions, you think about commercial properties as well. Those commercial properties are not necessarily the business operators in those places. And I know, Mary, you know what I'm saying. There are landlords that may not be doing the things that they should or have the insurance they did. These business owners are doing everything they can to serve you and serve their customers. We are going to be down in tourism, and we know that. And Ms. Schuckner, yes, tourism down, the bed tax will be down. We need to come together and understand they are a component of the decisions you make as well. They are property tax payers. And in closing, I understand that you have a deficit. You have funds you do not have to spend. But remember, when you make decisions to hire people or spend legal fees, those expunge out of your budget as well. So please think about in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further.
Okay. There are no further audience comments. In that case, you may have had a comment for a specific item on this agenda. You will be called at that time. If you just have a general.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm sorry, Mayor. I was just going to say anyone that filled out a card that was specific to FEMA 50/50 or the substantial improvement damage, I've held. And we'll call you in the order received when we move to that item as the commission moved that to discussion.
I think what we said before was that we will hear them now.
Oh, hear them
so
now.
that we
Okay,
have those
I
comments.
apologize.
That's
I
okay.
misunderstood. I apologize.
No, this way we will have those comments when we go on to the discussions side.
All right, well then we'll continue on then. My
Okay.
apologies.
Thank you.
So Vincent Torminia, you will be first.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record. If you please wait until you're at the microphone, too.
I thought everybody could hear me on this beach. Vincent Tormini at 3514 Casablanca Avenue, St. Pete Beach, Florida. I just, bear with me because I don't have my glasses. I left them home. Okay. I have a couple of questions to ask. I don't know if they'll work, but I'll try.
2+.
I did email it to you. I texted it to you. I texted to Francis, so you've got it already. I wanted to ask about the 50% improvement timelines for the sequential permits utilizing FEMA calculation for the 50% improvements. That's the first question. And ask if any rules are being modified or waived that govern permitting for improvements within the floodplain. And then the other question is, what type of permits are being waived and or administratively approved without supporting documentation? And the last one was, what types of procedural inspections are necessary to be conducted on the site, and what agencies, in order for us to proceed with the remediation and repair, it is their documentation supporting this process that can be provided to design professionals in order to complete documentation necessary for substantial scopes that still require permits. Those are the questions I have.
Okay. I think those will be best answered via the email. And then generally, I think some of your questions other people will have, so we've posted before on the city resources what does and what does not require permit. But if we took one thing away from the Cape Coral conversation was everything will be scrutinized, everything will require a permit. Even if the state of Florida says you do not require a permit, FEMA wants to see a permit.
Okay, that's not a problem. I just was wondering, because my whole house was permitted and everything that I had done on it through the years and everything. My question is that their ratings, to rate my house and people's other houses at a low value, when you get on that site, and then you can't do more than that. At today's prices, if someone's stuck in a closet somewhere and don't know what's going on at prices today, because my house is valued as buying a refrigerator. Let's put it that way. Really. They got to be really. So is there any going to be leadway with this stuff or anything like that?
I think there's a discussion item later on tonight where we're going to talk about how to use an appraisal to navigate the FEMA situation.
Okay, my house is over 50 years old.
Yeah.
So is there anything with that historical thing or in my area or anything that they're saying that this?
So anything specific to your house we'll have to address via email separately.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
because
right.
without looking it all up, there's nothing.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Beth Cole. Paul Looney.
Great. If you please state your name and address for the record.
I am Paul Looney, 3501 Casablanca Avenue here in St. Pete Beach. My wife and I bought our house in 2021, and this July we moved down with our 12-year-old and 7-year-old and made St. Pete Beach our home. And we're excited to be here. My wife is a graduate of Eckerd College, so she's been trying to get down here for many years now. I do want to thank you, Mayor and Commissioner and staff, again, for the thoughtfulness that you have been giving and the hard work that you have been doing during these very, very challenging times. We're all faced with very, very difficult decisions right now. Obviously, we're all in firefighting mode, trying to do things that are emergency, removing water, removing debris, trying to do the things that we can even start to rebuild. But I want to mention some things as we all are faced with very difficult financial and emotional decisions as we move forward. The broader issue of flood mitigation and flood management and a couple issues related to that. While we hope that Helene is a once-in-a-lifetime event and we're not ever faced with that again, the reality is since we have been here, we have seen more persistent and recurring flood issues on our street, where it doesn't take very much that we see water backing up on our street, through our storm sewer, onto our carport on a much more recurring basis. So one of the things that I want that we all need to know as we are making decisions that are almost impossible but could be significant financially are what are the comprehensive and concrete plans that the city has to address items like seawalls and storm sewer outfalls that appear to not have any flap gates, that are not stopping water from backing up, and the things that as we look at, I appreciate that we may have the ability to get a new appraisal and raise our 50% value, that we may be able to get our house deemed historical, but it concerns me greatly to think about even the possibility of rebuilding where I am and being right on that edge, and then to have recurring issues I don't see significant management and what the plan is that we can expect going forward. As the other lady mentioned, there are significant grants that FEMA has, and I don't know if the city currently has grants to FEMA to do more broad floodwater mitigation and management for resiliency, or if that's something, these things don't need to be things that we are looking at 5 and 10 years down the road. They need to be starting construction in months time frame, not years time frame, or it's going to be very difficult for many of us to want to make the decision to reinvest and stay here in the place that we all call our home. Thank you for your efforts, and you're going to be here a long time tonight, and we're here last night doing things, so really appreciate the thoughtfulness and hard work that you're doing.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the fact that not everyone pays attention to every single commission meeting that we have, and much like you, a few years ago, there was a particular issue that galvanized me to start paying attention to what's happening in the city, which is how I ended up being here. But just a couple of months ago, 2 months ago, we actually had a town hall meeting right here where we talked about what are the current plans, what are we currently working on for flood mitigation, and then laid out what are we doing 6 months, a year, 5 years, and 25-year plans. And so if you'll send us an email, that was recorded, and then we can forward you that, so that'll give you a better idea, because you're absolutely right. You as a residents need to do your part as far as, now that we've had this substantial situation, but we also as a city, we want to make sure that we do our part so that we don't have, the unnecessary floodings on a high tide or on other situations. And we are doing things on that, and we actually laid out a plan and a full comprehensive breakdown and presentation of what we're doing. We actually had 2 or 3 different meetings just in the last 3 months where we outlined this, and so we can forward you those recordings so you can take a look because you're absolutely right, that is important. City Clerk,
Grant Izzy.
if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Grant Izzy, 203 59th Avenue. As a gentleman prior to me said, I want to thank you again, as I did last night, for the sacrifices. Again, another late night away from your family. But that's what we're here now. As he said, firefighting mode. So with that in mind, I think, with all the discussion, it's easy to get, sidetracked on things that will get you sidetracked. But I want to talk about some things that I think are the focus for right now and what's in your purview. The FEMA rules are not in your purview, right? As much as we'd like to change them, they're not in our purview. And we shouldn't be afraid of FEMA. We should know, like you said, what the rules are and make sure that the staff is well-versed on them and not coming up here and giving bad information, okay? So don't be afraid of FEMA. They don't approve the city's plan, as you heard the city attorney say. So that city look back is all up to you. And the zero look back is the most beneficial to the residents, because what it comes down to is points versus people. There's very few points at stake to roll back to zero, but there's many people at stake if you don't. So let's make sure we see the forest. The trees are all out there distracting us, but the long-term flood mitigation plan is a long-term plan. Right now, getting people in their homes quickly and safely is your priority. You have to get the folks back home so they can get moving. So please, the small amount of FEMA points, FEMA in itself is not scary. They're an audit agency. You can't take the Cape Coral's recording that they did the other day as something that scares you, right? Part of what Cape Coral did wrong is they didn't engage with FEMA in the beginning. You're going to engage with FEMA. You're going to have a good relationship. You're going to treat them like auditors. The city's going to have all the records. We don't have anything to fear from FEMA, okay? You just have to change the rules so that we can get moving and get into our homes. Rolling back to zero does that for us, and it doesn't really put us at risk for any FEMA downgrade, okay? It doesn't. Those are the facts. People won't want to hear that because they don't want to change, right? They don't want to change back. Everyone has a fear of change, but there's no harm in going back to zero, but a few points. And that's really the fact. So please, stay focused on getting us back in our homes quickly and back in there safely, and giving the city manager the support so we don't have to rely on one guy, Lucas, to determine if I can rip out drywall because I've come home from vacation. Come on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk.
Jesse Ackley. Mr. Ackley. Ed Schwend.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
Ed Schwinn, 280 72nd Avenue, on the corner of Boca Ciega, sort of kitty corner for Miss Robinson here, a little over. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Sorry for everybody's loss and what everybody's stress is going through. I'm not representing other people, I'm representing myself, but I'm advising two elderly people in my neighborhood that rely on me for real estate and construction advice that are asking me, tell me what to do, Ed, tell me what to do. So, a couple things. In the presentation earlier from the lady speaking, she talked about 18 inches. If you have 14 inches, 18 inches, you got to tear out drywall, you got to tear out cabinets either way. So I'm concerned about who's making that decision on our homes that's telling us that if you have so much water, determine your substantial damage. My concern is if you can do the work with the FEMA guidelines, whether you have to get the appraiser or not, which I'm going to do just to be safe, and you do all that work and you do everything proper with the FEMA guidelines, and then you get this declaration that you're substantially damaged or whatever the term's supposed to be, what happens then? That's one of my concerns. The other concern is there somewhere that's going to tell me what the costs are going to be used by the city, if they can tell me how to get to it or how they use it? I've been in real estate and construction since 1989. I've done over 75 remodels. I've done tons of this type of work. I have a kitchen and bath company. I'm going to do the doors, the trim, and the cabinets myself, so I want to know what numbers they're going to let me use, because I'm going to do that work myself. I'm obviously bringing in licensed plumbers, electricians, etc. So those are a couple concerns that I think a lot of people are going to have. My number's 91,000, but I'm also feel sorry for the people that have done work in the past 3 years, if that's going to decrease the amount, if that's what I'm getting from what this is being talked about. So that's very unfortunate. So I'm trying to get some answers to help out two elder ladies that are my neighbors that are, 87 and 92. So I have to give them information after I get the information from the meeting. But thank you so much.
Thank you. And just to clarify, for any specific property questions, if you send us an email to the appropriate department, send it to me. I'll forward it, send it to you, Commissioner. We'll forward it to the appropriate department, and then we can answer those specifically.
Sam Angelides.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
Sam Angelides, 3990 Bell Vista Drive. Good evening. Thanks for all your help. Kudos to the city for all the hard work. And wanted to talk about the rollback first. We penalize people who have done improvements to their house because now people will be scared if another storm comes and have 5 years hanging over their head that they can't get to that 50%. Some people use up almost all of that. They fix their house up. They make it the way they want it. Storm comes through. They got nothing left to fix it. Handcuffs. Thrown into water to drown. Okay. So maybe there's a way to fix things, to make things where people want to raise their houses because the water's coming and we can't do anything about it. Pump stations, seawalls, all that stuff, not going to help when the big flood comes. It's going to overwhelm it. I've seen people with the fences that are supposed to keep the water out, water went over the top of them. 3-4 foot high, no problem. Houses flooded. There might be a benefit to changing the zoning to allow people to have ADUs like many other communities are doing. This might help offset some of the cost of elevating these structures so people don't have to worry about the storm. Also would provide affordable housing for people who work in the shops. So when you go to a shop, the person in the shop is someone who might be from your neighborhood, not from having to commute from another part of town. Then the last thing, because I don't want to take too much of your time, is the compliant structures. People built their houses at a certain level, and now they find out that they're not complying anymore. That's tough. You go, you set some up, you spend all that money. You've heard it already, so I just wanted to verify that. But maybe with the new structures, we say, okay, you want to build a new structure? It's new. Build it higher. So there might be some leeway in there to figure out some extra wording. Thank you very much for your time and all the hard work that you did. Good night.
Thank you.
I have one question for him, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
I didn't understand, yes, you referenced ADU or something, I didn't understand it.
They're auxiliary dwellings, so they're small casitas, mother-in-laws, something like that, that you could add to your house if you elevate it, only if you elevate it, or build new with the same footprint, not to say, okay, I have a 2,000 square foot house, I'm going to build a 2,500 square house, and I'm going to make 500 square feet for somebody else. No, if you have a 2,000 square foot, a 1,500 square foot, and you can decide that you're going to split something off of that, so you're not increasing the size of your house. You're not increasing the bedrooms or the bathrooms, or maybe you need an extra bathroom. Who should say that you shouldn't have a half bath or another bath? But you should, and this will be able to keep elderly people in the houses as the price of our properties go up, as the price of everything goes up, and as their Social Security doesn't go up, we're forcing them out. Or we're making them sell it to corporations or private individuals who will let them stay there, and then when they're done, they won't own it, and then we'll have landlords instead of residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie Brill.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Yep. Katie Brill, 409 89th Avenue. Okay, so I just want to first state that I want to commend the police officers from the hurricanes and then patrolling the streets for looters and just people that had to stay in their homes with it demoed and not security and not electric. It was very, very much appreciated. So I want to state that. And then I love St. Pete Beach. The community is amazing. The people are what make it. And so with Helene, my neighborhood really showed the neighborhood camaraderie. Everybody helped each other out, getting stuff out. We were all down from Helene, like, what the heck just happened? And then, but we got a little hope from each other to fix things. We can make it through it. And then Milton came. And then it just diminished all hope. And so really what I want to say is that I think a happy medium with the look back period is the 1-year rule. I mean, it already got passed through the first reading, which is hopeful, but I think it is a happy medium, and I think it would really help the community feel like they can actually start moving a little bit forward, because I know a lot of people are just waiting. They have stuff in line, but some of that is restricting them, and it's 5 years is a long time. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have no other cards.
Okay. We do not have any further general audience comments. So next we're on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrola?
Yes. Next, we have action item. The first one is 5A, review and approval of the 2025 City Commission meeting schedule. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. I have presented, attached to the agenda tonight, based on, second and fourth, except for Monday, March 10th. I changed that because on Tuesday, the 11th, is our election for districts 2 and 4. Typically, we change dates in the holiday season, so you'll see that reflected at the bottom for November and one meeting in December. I do have one question. In 2023 and this year, 2024, we started to move our first Tuesday meetings in November to Monday to allow for the opportunity for voting, even though it's not our election. So I kept it as November 4th. That is election day, and you can either keep it that way or we can make the change.
Okay. Commissioners, thoughts, comments, questions?
I have a question for the clerk, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So this past year in September, we were scheduled for Tuesdays on both days, and we had to reschedule in July or whatever it was as a result, I believe, of Pinellas County School Board. We couldn't conflict with them.
Correct.
Do we know that this year that would be the case, or do we still have to wait till we get to July and decide to change them?
We have to wait until the school board publishes their calendar, is in particular to budget, as well as the counties. We have to monitor both. So I cannot put that in. It has most of the time changed, at least in the 4 years that I've been here, but I can't tell you that until I get their calendar.
When do they typically publish?
In July.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we'd have a long time to wait to make that
Yeah,
decision.
we run into this every year.
Yep.
All right,
Every year.
thank
And
you.
where I worked before, same thing, so.
Understand. Thank you.
And I'll just one on that one.
Sure.
Just because, I do plan way in advance, just so you know. And I know this could change because, again, July. So July 8th was pre-planned vacation because I have to do it way in advance. So if you want to make a note, and then I know when we get to July, we'll pull it and figure out what happens, but just wanted everybody to know, because I already know from now.
Thank you.
I think changing it to November 3rd might not be a bad idea, just to avoid Election Day. And then I know this year, for example, we did the 1st and 2nd this week in December. I would propose that we do December 2nd and 9th and allow a longer period for holidays. I think by the time we get to the 16th, we're a couple days away from Christmas, and so I would propose November 3rd and then December 2nd and December 9th.
Okay, I wrote those down.
Let me verify, November 3rd for 2025, right? Is that what we're talking about, right? Okay.
That way we avoid Election Tuesday.
Mhm.
And then also December 2nd and December 9th.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay. I will make a motion to approve the commission dates as amended.
Second?
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Rosnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next, we have item 5B, motion to approve $600,000 additional to Joe Payne for Building Department Services.
Hi, good evening, Denise Sanderson, Community Development Director. So Joe Payne, Inc. provides us essential building inspection services, among others. As you may know, our building official is an employee of Joe Payne, Inc., and this is a result of our attempt to recruit and retain employees in a highly competitive market. And as you might imagine, it's become even more so given what's occurred over the last month. So we're requesting additional funding for this. It is available in the building fund and will be pulled from salaries and benefits. It is on an as-needed basis, so if we're able to fill these positions, and we do have recruitments and offers pending, if we're able to fill these positions, you would expect to see a decrease in those services quite likely. We also have the opportunity within our permit system to track those permits that are associated with hurricane damage. So if we're utilizing outside services, we'll be able to apply for reimbursement. So wanted to make sure that that was understood as well. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Go ahead, sir. I've beaten this horse to death many times. You weren't here for that, but
I can be a horse. That's okay.
So in light of our present situation after the storms, is 600,000 going to be enough? And do they have additional resources if we need them? And is 600,000 going to be enough if they have additional resources if we need them?
It's a wonderful question, and yes, we do have funds in reserve collected from permits and inspection fees. It's a restricted fund. It can only be used for these kinds of expenses, salaries and benefits, or services such as these is allowed. I will mention, as you know, we recently completed a compensation and classification study, so rates have gone up a little bit, and we expect to see a larger pool of applicants in our most recent solicitations for a couple of key positions, so we're hopeful.
Thank you.
And for those of you who are still here or watching, just so you understand what we're asking for here, why we're looking to spend over $500,000, and that is so that we have additional resources so that we can process permits faster, so that we have building inspectors who can come back and inspect the work done and get you that CO back as quickly as possible. So this is all done with a specific purpose to accelerate the process that we can get you back into your homes. Do we have a motion?
I have a question, yeah.
Okay.
In our packet, we have, it was the piggyback agreement. So there, I don't see, and this might be a legal question more for our city attorney, Mr. Brooks, I don't see the new contract. Like, I don't know what it looks like. How do we add the 600,000? And I don't know, again, if Mr. Brooks has had time to see what we're adding, because it's not written in our packet.
I'm looking at the packet now, hold on.
It's because it's 2021. I mean, Alex Ray's signature is still on it, so it's an old,
So
it's the original
I think you were
contract.
piggybacking on that one, or is that the original?
That is a piggyback. Yeah, so piggyback does require that we comply with the terms and conditions established in a competitive process. This happens to be one with Pinellas County, I believe. And so the terms and conditions prevail. And
This is with Treasure Island from 2021.
Oh, thank you, I'm sorry.
So we would have the same terms and conditions as Treasure Island.
And so you just simply add 600,000 to a piggyback I mean, again, this is a legal question, so I don't really understand what the process is.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it's done by hourly or per task. And is the building official still here?
I believe he is left. So if there is an exhibit in the packet that details the hourly rates or the services provided that can be requested, and those are fixed rates. And what's important here is this is a piggyback contract that fixes the rates from the time in which it was done, which is unusual. Normally you see an escalation clause in there.
That's 3 years ago.
Correct.
Yep.
So it's not 600,000 flat fee. It's the schedule is on page 92 of 115, and those are their hourly rates. And again, it's important to make sure, obviously, that we keep track of expenditures that are based on the 2 hurricanes separately, each hurricane separately on a separate form, so that we can apply for hurricane reimbursement. But there's, we may not spend 600,000. We'll be spending this hourly rate up to 600,000, unless we have to come back to you, and hopefully we don't.
I think this is the 3rd time you're back. Not you, but your position is back. So I'm pretty sure we will spend this unless we backfill it with staff. So this is an extension for the last extension for the last extension.
Yeah, we're not asking for additional money. There's money in the budget for this activity. We're just asking for your permission to use it in this capacity under this contract.
So when we move, because I mean, on the action item, it says to move to approve additional $600,000. So I just want to, I want to know what
We've had this exact conversation several times because we haven't been able to fill the staff positions. So once this if we don't backfill it with staff, when this $600,000, is used up, they will have to come back and ask for an additional, and then until we can actually have enough staff, so that we can do this in-house.
Right, and again, I think it's important to mention, this is not ad valorem taxes that is paying this. This is coming from your building fund. So this is permit and inspection fees that are funding the activities, if you will.
And this will be later for the.
Sorry.
So then this will be later for a future discussion item.
Under Florida statutes, the building department is like a silo or an enterprise fund. You have to spend money that you obtain from building permits on building permit fees. They're connected together. It's its own separate fund.
Okay. Just making sure we're okay. I'm not against it. So,
understood.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Any further questions, comments? Is there a motion, please?
We can also do an addendum that adopts some of the new statutory requirements for contracts. There's something for human trafficking that's not in here, I noticed, so we can do a standard addendum and make sure we do that. So if you make the motion to approve with standard statutory addendum for 2025.
okay.
It's good.
I'll make a motion to approve an additional $600,000 to Joe Payne Inc. for building department services with addendums for 2025 compliance.
Thank you.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosnicki?
Yes.
Mayor Petrola?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have item 5C. Authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with the Clarion LLC. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. So currently, we have Mr. Andrew Laughlin here, who is serving as our Finance Director, and he's going to go over just a really quick amendment that we're changing from an accounting perspective due to the recent disasters we are managing.
So part of my duties as Finance Director is there's a component that involves disaster mitigation activities, so performing a revenue loss analysis, compiling, managing all of the documentation associated with eligible project costs, and also managing the FEMA reimbursement process. So we wanted to put that, include that scope of services along with the allocation of the monthly fee devoted to those activities. So that's the amendment to the existing contract that we're bringing before you.
And this will allow us to file for reimbursement for those expenses?
There's a category, FEMA Category Z, that involves grant management activities, so it would fall under that. Typically that occurs around the closing of the project is one of the last elements that's subject to reimbursement, but certainly we will make every effort to include that component. So that's why it's clearly outlined in this contract to delineate that.
Questions? Yes, sir.
So there's no material change in our ordinance on this other than just to get the benefit of what we're looking for on the FEMA?
Correct. This is a provision of services, so I'm fulfilling the role of finance director and also providing these FEMA disaster management efforts. So it's all encompassed in the role I'm serving for the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
This one, we also want to do the October 1 statutory additions, so we'll have an addendum for the 2025 laws. They're kind of standard boilerplate again, human trafficking and some other issues that the legislature has asked all cities put in their contracts by statute.
Great. All right, is there a motion, please?
I move to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Clarion LLC in the amount of $117,600 for consulting services to fulfill the role of finance director for the city.
With the addition of the...
I mean, we're giving her permission to execute an agreement, right? Do we need to add that verbiage?
What was the question?
The addendum.
I mean, we're...
The 2025 addendum.
Sure, with the 2025 addendum.
Yeah.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Mayor Petrella?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, next we have ordinances. 6A, first reading of ordinance 2024-10. City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 34, Civil Emergencies, Article 2, Emergency Management, Section 34-31, Definitions, Section 34-33, Legislative Authority, Section 34-37, Emergency Management Coordinating Committee, Section 34-38, Declaration of State of Emergency, Section 34-40, Suspension of Local Building Regulations, Section 34-41, Termination of State of Emergency, Section 34-42, Commission Authority Limitations, Section 34-44, Conflicts, Section 34-45, Authority and Evacuation Zones, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk.
So, Mayor, Commissioners, I worked with Dickman Law Firm and with the city manager because one thing that I've experienced when working here during state of local emergency is under our current code, every 5 business days, we need to be renewing the state of local emergency via a resolution, proclamation, and a meeting. So far with the emergencies that we've encountered, weather-related, it's been pretty manageable to do that. This instance, it hasn't been, so as you've noticed, we've been putting ratifications and adoptions on the next available agenda. That's going to be okay until we get to the holiday season, where our meetings are not. And to be better aligned with the statutory requirement. So the statutory requirement is you renew it every 7 days, but that is not for weather-related. So weather-related emergencies do not have that requirement. You have the requirement to adopt your local state of emergency. It can be by proclamation, resolution, whatever. And then after you get through that, then you do when you disband it, so the 2 times. I studied this ordinance more since it's been added to the agenda, and I spoke with Attorney Brooks, and I just would like it to be, and he agrees, it to be more clear that non-weather, we would still have to do the 7 days, but we wouldn't have to come every week. But for weather-related, that 7 day does not apply pursuant to the statute. So he can speak a little bit more. We did have the discussion and we're in agreement. It doesn't affect the title block. I'm still going to advertise that for the November 4th meeting so that we can go forward and not have to keep this repetitiveness up.
So one thing that some cities do, and I think we have it in here, is that instead of the entire council having to meet, a mayor can, or vice mayor in the absence of the mayor, can proclaim the state of emergency and can also extend the state of emergency. So we might want to make that clear. The statute has been amended recently about the expiration of emergency orders. I think it's as a result of COVID and the mask ordinances and things. For non-weather related state of emergencies, they can only be extended up to 42 days. But for weather related, you can extend them indefinitely for as long as you need them. And as we had in the consent agenda today, we had 2 extensions. But sometimes it's hard to get the entire council together if there's an evacuation order. Some of you may be in Orlando, including the mayor or vice mayor. So if we can do it so that we don't need to have a quorum, either physical or present or by internet, if we just have the mayor or vice mayor and allow these increments to be extended every 7 days. If you need to call a meeting, you can, or if the majority of the commission thinks the state of emergency should be withdrawn despite the mayor, then certainly the council can override that. So I think we're okay the way this is prepared here. You could say in this section C that the local state of emergency declaration may be extended as necessary in 7-day increments. You could say by the mayor, or in the mayor's absence by the vice mayor, and could be lifted by the mayor or vice mayor or city council. So we're trying to make it so that we're responsive and we can move quickly, because sometimes these storms turn fast, and sometimes it's hard to get back after a storm.
Right.
Also, for clarification, I understand that once it's declared, the ratification is required at the next regular meeting. Is that accurate?
If we have that in here, we could change that.
That's
So the intent is to allow to be nimble, but then also to have the full commission ratify it, just as a checks and balances.
Okay.
And I would prefer that we.
Yeah, it has this, a declaration of a local state of emergency and all emergency regulations and orders activated under this article shall be confirmed by the city commission by resolution. Currently, we have in there within 5 working days of such declaration. So that 5 working days would be removed. It says at the next regularly scheduled meeting of the city commission. Whichever occurs first, we take out whichever occurs first. So you would have, if you adopt this, confirmation by the city commission at the next regularly scheduled meeting.
And I would prefer we remove the language of resolutions, because I have to keep track of those numerically. It makes it challenging, and it's been challenging, especially not being in my office and coordinating that. It has been, and it's not requirement by resolution. You can do it just by proclamation, and those can be added to the agenda much like they've been done now. That's a personal preference, just because of the work that's involved with my staff coordinating the resolutions, among other resolutions.
So we would strike the word by resolution, and we could say by proclamation.
That's a preference of mine.
And do we have the language in there for the mayor or vice mayor to be able to make the proclamation?
We would add it. By mayor or vice mayor, and the extension by mayor or vice mayor.
Do we have consensus on that?
Yeah, that's fine.
And then you also, I think you had also mentioned or is it an or commission? You said something, and you said section C, but I couldn't find section C, so I don't know where you were. I didn't know if it was an and or an or an and or.
3438 C. And I have a printed copy. Unfortunately, I don't have the
It's page.
one in
It's
front of me.
page 3 of the ordinance. I don't know what page of the agenda it is.
7 on the agenda.
Yeah, 97.
Yeah, 97 of 115, C right in the middle of the page. So we would add to that second sentence, the local state of emergency declaration may be extended as necessary in 7-day increments by the mayor or vice mayor or city commission until there is a finding by the official declaring the emergency or the city commission that the emergency no longer exists, or until a meeting of the city commissioners can take place and terminate the local state of emergency by proclamation. So that should work.
That works.
Thank you. Okay. Any further comments, questions? Any audience comments?
I have no cards, Mayor.
Thank you.
So I motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-10 with the corrections made by the city attorney and clerk.
I second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Maholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have 6B, public hearing to adopt ordinance 2024-11.
Mayor, Commissioners,
Can I
Denise.
do this first? I was
Oh, no,
in the
please.
middle of a yawn. I apologize.
No.
Ordinance 2024-11, an emergency ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending for 60 days the city's Land Development Code, Division 3, Administration of the Land Development Code, Section 3.10, vested rights and nonconformities, providing for codification conflicts, severability, correction of scriveners, error, construction, publication, and an effective date.
Thank you. Denise Sanderson, Community Development. Good evening. So this is a cleanup item, if you will, a revisit of an item that we discussed last week. As you recall, you all passed an ordinance last week. We carved out this provision. You had some terrific questions, and we wanted to be confident of what we were bringing forward to you was not going to impinge on some of the requirements for FEMA. So I'll just, as a brief reminder, go through a couple of slides here. I have additional slides if we want to go back and recall more of the discussion. But just briefly, we did add language to Exhibit A. This is Section 310.3D of the Land Development Code that says, but shall comply with all applicable floodplain management regulations and building codes. And that's, the city attorney feels confident that that language protects us in the manner that you were concerned about last week. So if you wish to get into the key elements, we can revisit those. None of those have changed from our discussion last week, but we can do so. It's at your discretion.
I do have a question on this not raising of the non-conforming structures, if that's okay, Mayor.
Sure.
And this is after that last meeting and talking to a couple of people, specifically even with contractors who have to require variances in order to get these elevated. But one thing that was brought to my attention is many times these non-conforming structures are in a location that's going to hinder raising them where they're currently at. You know, if you have an AC unit, for example, on the side of your house that's already on the side of the house, has awning or soffit or whatever it may be, you may not be able to raise it. So, I mean, this is good intention, but there's going to be, and I want just people to know, there's going to be conflict. You may not be able to do it because without raising your whole building, which I know we'll talk about later, you won't be able to raise these non-conforming structures.
That is correct. So it's not, nothing is ever perfect, right? It's regulation, but it's impossible to write code for every single circumstance that may arise over time, especially with a community that's been here as long as it has. We have very old structures. Things were built prior to zoning codes and the like being put in place before. So we do have to address some of these on a case-by-case basis, but the change will, I think, allow several structures to be able to elevate on the footprint that they have and become elevate above the floodplain and without having to go through that non-conforming variance process.
So I guess my question would be, in some homes, okay, if we're going to do it by case-by-case basis, right? Because we're saying in the same spot right, where they're going to be put. But let's, case by case basis, let's just say, you have a home that the unit or whatever it may be that you're going to raise is towards the front of the home, but if it is set towards the middle of the home, and because the roof now peaks at that side, you can raise it better there than raising it in the front, that's going to require variance.
It would, and I don't think it would necessarily comply with floodplain, so what you just described. So the point of this is to gain compliance with the floodplain by eliminating some of those other challenges associated with a non-conforming site or structure. So if the house is not within current setbacks of current code, things like that, if you're staying the same footprint, we can accommodate that through this ordinance.
Well, what I'm saying is on a case-to-case basis. I'm not saying the rest of the structure. If within 10 feet, if I could move my unit 5 feet over against my home, not meeting the setback to my neighbors, what I'm saying, right? Because I don't know what they are now,
right.
If it's from 15 to 10 or whatever it is, but you're keeping it from the neighbor, but you're moving it so you can physically get it higher because your roof is peaked differently in different parts of your home. That's just an example. I mean, case-by-case basis is going to be different for a lot of people, but we're just not going to consider that. We're just saying in the spot.
Right, so we addressed the mechanical change-outs in the last ordinance. This ordinance is strictly dealing with the elevation of a non-conforming structure to be elevated in the same footprint. I think that's... There was a bit of confusion, right?
So that might be the structure that I'm just thinking of.
Yep.
Okay, that's separate.
No worries, it's been a lot in the last week.
Question for that, I guess, but that's a separate discussion, I guess. Just because there might be case-to-case things happening, but.
I do have a question about the height. I'm not clear on the reasoning for limiting the maximum height to something that may be lower than what we're going to be requiring for new structures?
I think that's an excellent question, so I'm going to ask Brandon to handle that one.
So I think the standard states that it's the design flood elevation or 9 feet from grade, depending on whether there's a garage underneath the structure. Design flood elevation would vary with whatever the standards that the city increases or decreases the standard to be would be. So if there were to be an additional 1 foot of freeboard, the design flood elevation is now 1 foot above where it is today. The garage would stay stagnant at 9 feet above grade. So there is a case, I guess, in an extreme example where design flood elevation might actually end up being more than 9 feet above grade. I believe the original intent of the standard was just to prevent visual overcrowding for structures that maybe needed to meet a 7 or 8 foot side setback. They might be set at a 3. It would still allow them to elevate without increasing the height of the structure so much that it is overpowering in its current location. This is an older standard. It was written back in 2003, and we're just looking to extend it to substantial improvements. I'm just guessing on the logic for it there, but that was the intent.
Okay. I mean, for me personally, I would feel like if we keep the maximum height limit at what the maximum height limit is, that there's no, I don't see the benefit in having a maximum floor height that's very apt to be lower than what we're about to make the minimum floor height of other buildings. And I get that there's a difference with buildings that are already closer to their neighbors. But when the point is to get people well above floodwaters, it seems weird to me to have a maximum floor height that is potentially lower than what new structures are going to be required to be built at.
I think if I remember correctly, the intent here was to give enough height to have a garage, and not so that you could have a 10-foot additional living space downstairs, which may or may not appear a year down the line unpermitted.
And that design flood elevation, that varies the way it's defined in the city's code, the amendments, or that it varies with any required freeboard, with any additional standards that the city imposes, whether that were to be something extreme like multiple feet or 1 foot. So it would vary with that standard. Yes, it would be minimal. It would just limit them to whatever that design flood elevation is. But yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So before we move on this, it seems like, it's probably a good idea for those that can make it work. I know we're not supposed to be afraid of FEMA, but as somebody that's dealt with a number of government audits, I'm not sure we want to get snarled up in a bunch of audits. So I would ask the city attorney, as I asked last week, we're comfortable with this?
That's why I added this language, to be sure. It says, but shall comply with all applicable floodplain management regulations and building codes. And that's where the FEMA overlay comes in. So this would just be allowing our own local setback to be changed, but it wouldn't change any floodplain regulations, and it wouldn't change any of the applicable building codes.
So it wouldn't throw up a red flag to FEMA?
This is telling FEMA you don't have to worry about this. When they see that, they're like, okay, let's move on.
Okay. Thank you.
They actually want you to elevate your home, put a garage on.
No, I understand that, but the devil's in the details.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to add that, just to be sure.
So recall, this is an emergency ordinance. It can be passed on first reading, only reading, requires supermajority, and presumably the intent that you would have is that we come back and follow the normal ordinance process to codify this as permanent before the 61st day.
Do we have any audience comments?
Dana Richardson?
If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Dana Richardson, 5830 Bahama Way South. I didn't say this last night, but first of all, thank you very much for your time and hard work to you and to our city staff, because I know it's been very, very hectic for you all. Thank you, Karen, for bringing up that point. I was not prepared to speak on this subject. I didn't even know it was coming up. But we did look into tearing down and building up. This concerns me with the 30 feet, because if I'm going to invest and throw away $1 million, I don't want to go just where you have it. I want to go up a little higher. You know, Milton was supposed to be really big. Maybe I want to go to 10 or 11 feet or whatever. Our first floor of air-conditioned space was going to be 12 feet tall. That means I couldn't even put on a third floor. So I'm kind of like, why are we limiting us to 30 feet? I think we need a little bit more room. So if this is something that's going to change things, I think we need to think a little harder on it. And the other thing, too, is kind of back to John Kurzman's issue. Are we going to grandfather properties? So today you decide it's the freeboard is at whatever height it is, and then it gets changed because we have Milton hitting us, and let's just say we get 13 feet, and then the city decides to up it again. Does that mean now I invested in tearing down, and then now I have to, if I get flooding because of a big storm, I have to tear down and rebuild higher? Or are these people going to be grandfathered in because the day that they invest in their house, if the day they bought the house, it was to code, do they not get grandfathered in? So it's two issues. Can you be grandfathered for any of these ordinances being passed? And I think we need to go to a higher height than 30. Thank you very much.
So I think there's a difference between tearing down your house. That's one thing. You're subject to whatever the building codes are for tearing down your house. This is to allow somebody who has a house that no longer fits the old codes, which codes do change. So you might purchase your house at today's codes, and then we're changing. We've got two different ordinances here. and a couple other things. So these are all going to have impacts. So, you know, there are going to be changes, but we're specifically talking about allowing somebody who does not have a conforming structure based on the current setbacks and allowing them to make it easy to go up. If you're building new, you have different height requirements, all different building codes, and you'll be subject to that. And if you don't want to stick to that, then you will have to apply for a variance. And also, if we get a Ian event with 12, 13, 15 feet storm surge, we'll be having a different conversation.
And then 7B coming up, in 7B addresses some of her issues that are, can you build higher than the FEMA +1? Can you do +3? And you can do +3. So that's really, some of those are for 7B.
I mean, I think this accomplishes a couple different things, right? So it allows, people to build up without, actually minimizing the potential expense. And then also to have, structure that might not be conforming in today's.
I do have a question, because I think we're strictly talking about lifting, right? But if you have a ranch home, and I know some other homes have done this, who pretty much vacate their ground level and build above, on the roof, make the roof now their floor, it wouldn't be 30 feet, right? So, and I don't know what the standard is for a home like that, but I don't know if, and Brendan or both of you might know what I'm talking about, but some people have opted to do it that way as well, not just lift their home.
You're saying if you have a 2-story house to build a 3rd story?
No, you have a 1-story ranch home, but you vacate your primary living space at the ground level, and you build above your roof now is your primary level.
Create a 2nd story and only live in the 2nd story.
Correct.
Isn't that what this is supposed to do?
Well, I don't know. That's my question.
Yes.
Yeah, you wouldn't have you would not. So under this, the 1st floor is garage. You cannot have any living space in it.
But we're giving it a height, so, a ranch home, I mean, I don't know what a standard ranch home's
8
height
feet.
is, so, right, so it's not
This is
gonna-
actually more.
Correct, so but then they wouldn't be able to do it, is what I'm saying, right? That you would have to, this is solely just lifting your home.
Correct. This is an extension of that, but you're looking more at if the ground floor were to be abandoned, turned into storage, parking, access, and then build effectively a 2nd living level on top to meet. I mean, we set the height limitations, so we would need to pair it up with that. I don't see that being inconsistent with what we're trying to do here, if that's an option. I have had multiple homeowners call me recently and ask if that's an option, and it is. It's something we would allow for. So if that's something the commission would like to see, where we allow for that 2nd level construction, keeping the same height limitation, if that's what you're amenable to, I think we could look at amending that. I don't see any major issues with that, and I think it's consistent with the FEMA regulations.
I mean, I know I've seen homes even in my neighborhood, I could visualize 3 homes that have done that in the past specifically in order to get up higher.
Correct, and this is only...
You could say to provide for construction of a garage or a non-habitable storage underneath any structure which is so moved, and then take out the sentence about the 9 feet.
So let me, because I think maybe you both asked the same question. I didn't understand it. So is the way this is written is you're moving the bottom floor structure up and you're building a new 1st floor structure?
That's correct.
What you're asking is, what if you take the roof off and build a 2nd?
Right.
Okay.
It's just an option. I know
No, I'm
people
saying
have
it,
done that option.
and I think I misunderstood that, because I assumed that either one of those would work just the same, because it accomplishes the same thing, right?
Correct, it does.
And I think it's just because...
the only thing is the existing home could be higher than 9 feet.
I see what you're saying.
Correct.
Yeah,
So we
if
take
they-
out that
Because
sentence.
of the height is.
So if they had a 10-foot house right now with 10-foot living space inside, and they kept it at 10 feet and then went up,
I mean, there's a lot of homes that are pretty much gutted right now, right? So you're pretty much already eliminating what's gut it, but you're able to build above it.
Well, not only that, but the cost of just raising the roof rather than raising a concrete
It
structure
might
up.
be more doable. I don't know.
Might
I'm
be-
not a contractor. I don't know what the
Well, it would be
cost is.
significantly less
It's an
expensive.
option, correct.
We could certainly amend that. I understand why you're requesting that and asking about it. Like the city attorney brought up, it would be hard to hold it to that 9-foot standard. We could hold it to possibly the design flood standard, but the ceiling's 11 feet and the design flood is at 9. That would give them that 2 additional feet. It's really going to come down to the structure itself. Elevating, it's a lot easier to keep it within that range, but a lot of homes can't be elevated, so it
Correct.
cuts down on the number who could take advantage of this. I think we could come up with language to allow that second living level to be established in the ground floor abandoned, if that's what you would like us to do.
I would. I'm not going to speak for everybody, but
That makes the most sense.
Yeah,
It covers both aspects.
Could you do it at the existing level or at 9 feet, whichever is higher? So that if you had a 8-foot structure, you could go to 9 feet?
Yeah. I've seen
But
it
then,
happen.
but then you're also not penalizing somebody who's got 10-foot ceilings, so that somehow they've got to go down.
Correct. Yeah, because some might be higher already. They might have done work in the past, and it's higher. You know.
Right. Crawl space, and mine's
Correct. You can be
higher.
using your crawl
Yeah.
space, exactly.
City attorney, is this conversation defined enough if it were to be passed as requested that we could amend the language, or would you prefer it be brought back?
Well, if you want to do it now, so you can start doing this for people that ask, you would take out that sentence about the 9 feet. I think you could just take that sentence out.
But I think you want some, like the mayor suggested, it would be the
Says-
existing height or 9 feet, whichever is higher.
Or
So
you
you're
could do
giving
that.
some guardrails on height, if that's what you want.
The maximum height of the new construction for the garage shall not exceed 9 feet from the existing grade of the lot to the bottom of the existing structural member of the lowest floor. That's what it says. So you could say 9 feet from the existing grade of the lot or the roof of an existing home.
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, because I know that's,
I think
an
you could just get
architect's
rid
gonna
of this
come in
entire
and-
sentence and then,
you'd be safe, and they could come back to, I mean, this
I
is.
think 3A would need to be amended, right?
3A, I think you would take out that sentence that says the maximum height shall not exceed 9 feet from the existing grade. Take that sentence right out. And say, except, that way you have already in there, except the minimum necessary additional height shall be allowed to provide for construction of a garage underneath any structure which is so moved.
And Brendan, there's also, I know in reading that, the guideline for FEMA, they discussed something about whether that first level is a garage or a enclosure that is, and this is not for living space, because it was very specific, an enclosure that is, because you could have a shed, right? I mean,
Has to be not, we could add the words non-habitable.
non-habitable, but they were very specific in the FEMA guidelines about flood, something with flood. My gosh, I wish I could find it if you give me a second, but flood proof, or, but it wasn't flood proofing because that was about commercial properties. But something on residential where if you have an area that's like a shed, but it's strict for that, right? It's not, gosh, I wish there was a contractor here or somebody who knew, but there is a word for it, and I could look for it really quick, and I could tell you.
Well, one thing we could do is bring it back when we come for first and second reading.
And
We could do this for the emergency, and then
Okay.
first and second reading, you'll have, it takes longer, it'll take a month, but if you adopt it at second reading, then they can begin implementing at the staff level at that time.
You could implement it immediately, right?
We could bring it back, next week, or on the 4th, under the emergency ordinance provision,
And that would happen a little faster then.
and then first reading on the 19th of the permanent ordinance.
I don't think anybody thought about this idea of building on top of a roof of an existing home, so.
I mean, I would like to give people more, I mean, no one's going to build next
give the
week,
building
right?
official-
So,
Yeah, we'll give the building official and the certified floodplain manager time to look at what language we have.
correct, and enough time for residents to think, hey, wait, maybe I can do that also. Okay.
Good. Okay.
And then in the meanwhile, if we do have any applicants for
I guess it would
permits,
depend
we
on
can
the
just
structural-
give them a heads up that, hey, this is coming before the commission next week.
I think it would depend a lot too on the structural integrity of the existing structure, whether it can support.
Correct.
Yeah.
But that's the most common way that I've seen it done in our city, is you keep the first floor, you either take the roof off, build up and put a new roof on, or you elevate the existing roof structure.
Yeah.
In fact, every single case that I've seen where they've raised the house, they've kept the bottom floor.
Use it for storage and for a garage.
Yeah, because most of them are already concrete shells.
Yeah. If it's
So
concrete blocks structure.
Yeah. And as long as it meets code.
And if you're elevating and you're, then 2 base flood plus 1, then you can shore up your structure. You're not limited by the 50%.
So if you're raising it, that takes you out of the 50%?
Remember, the 50% is, you're trying to
Sure.
be below that, so you don't have to raise it. But if you're going to raise it, then the 50%.
Okay, so
you
for
go
people
over
that are
50%.
looking at raising it, then let's say that you have 250 to play with, but it's going to cost 300,000, you can go up and spend.
If you raise it, you can spend whatever you want.
Of course, yeah. But just saying, for some people, I think.
The analysis that they're going to
Yeah.
make, yeah.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
I just want to clarify with the commission, just so we're on the same page, when I bring this back, it would be the lower level, if there were to be reconstruction of the floor above, the lower level would be limited to the height of whatever the current lowest level is. So the garage height would be that existing first floor height. The first floor, the first living floor that is then reconstructed on top of the structure, would be limited to the same height as it was when it was a grade. Is that the direction of the commission?
No, I think
I think they wanted to be able to go B plus 1 or plus 2 or plus 3.
But can you do it both ways?
So the first floor would be limited to 9 feet or whatever it was, whichever is greater.
Okay.
The second floor would be limited by the height restriction of the zoning in that district, wouldn't it?
It could be. I think this was drafted to just allow that minimal elevation, but if the commission would like it, that would allow for potentially a second story, unless we limited that, because with the 30-foot height limitation, that typically allows 2 stories of living level, if that's the commission's direction.
I think the question too is where the second floor begins. Because the existing roof might be still below base flood elevation plus 1.
Right, so I think we spoke at the last meeting, based on how it's currently drafted, that first living level could be moved up and remain in the setback, but any additions above that would need to be
Layer cake.
respectful of the setbacks. But I think if we kept the 30-foot standard, the structure could be maintain that current setback, and whether it's side, rear yard, front yard.
Correct.
What is our lowest height restriction throughout the city?
For single family, it's at 30 feet's the minimum.
The maximum?
That would be the lowest. We do have one district that allows for 35 feet, but single family across the board is about.
That brings it in line with our current codes anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Great.
I believe we have a couple audience comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Vince?
If you please state your name and address for the record.
It's Tommy Nia, 3514 Casablanca Avenue. Betty, the house that you're talking about is on 37th Avenue by the Samora.
That's one.
It's the exact same house as mine. They took the bottom floor and they made 2 more levels on top. But I thought, my question was originally, okay, I thought FEMA in January 2024 made it that you had to raise the house 15 feet above the ground level. And that was the new FEMA law, if you were raising your house. And it had to have, you had to have an architect that does pilings, and you have to get someone that does pilings, because a regular architect cannot do that, to raise that house up. Those were the new things that were implemented by FEMA in 2024. I know of, I had them from Andrew, and it was 12, you know, back then, but they didn't require all these other things now that are added to it. So when you decide before you want to make these things, you need to talk to them to find out if because I know 3 people that bought houses in Vina Del Mar, and they knocked them down, and then they told them, you need an architect who does pilings, which was over $100,000 for that, the architect, and it was $300,000 for the pilings to go in, and then the house on top of it. So, and now they have the houses for sale, the lots for sale for $800,000 in Vina because of that, because they couldn't do it anymore. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So, and they had to be 15 feet high, from what I understand, from ground level. So it's something to think about and find out about, because that's what FEMA did in 2024 in January. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Alonzo? Mr. Mo, yes.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Alonzo Milan. I currently live in Fort Myers, but I'm a CFM and I work for an elevation company. Originally, I'm from New Orleans, so today I had a meeting with a homeowner who's older and can't afford to elevate her home. What you're saying here with higher freeboard, understand that the cost of elevation is high. Some of them don't have 150, 200,000 to raise their homes, and like that sucks, right? In reality, even if, so what you were proposing with the floor, building a second floor, in New Orleans, we identify that as a basement abandonment. The structure still has to be subject to the base flood plus the minimum freeboard requirement. So if your new floor is at 10 and your BFE is 3 foot above that, then you would have to extend those walls to be 13 and then build from that. The only thing with non-conforming structures, we have projects from Tampa, Crystal Rivers, all the way to Key West. For whatever reason, majority of the structures just don't conform with the setbacks. It sounds nice that you can elevate a structure in place without going on the existing footprint of the house. But in reality, you have a 10-inch thread, a 10-inch thread minimum and a 7-inch rise. If you're going 12 feet up, those steps have to extend somewhere, right? It's longer. Most times, it will be past that existing footprint. We've been working with the permitting office in the projects that we have here, and they've been very helpful. Unfortunately, for the project that we have now, we're getting the permit approved, but it's been after Helene and Milton. That homeowner's taken huge losses on her house. There is a state statute in Florida that refers to the movement of a building cannot be counted towards the cost of identifying its renovation. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if that would apply, so it has a conflict with local ordinance. I would confine to let that after the meeting before bringing chaos for y'all's permitting department. But one thing to keep in mind is, just roughly, it's up to y'all if I...
Just go ahead and finish your thought.
All right. In New Orleans, after doing the cost of elevation, So I used to do a workman construction management for the flood and hazard mitigation grant from New Orleans all the way to St. Charles. So you'll do a cost to benefit analysis. You have to prove to FEMA that elevating the home basically would mitigate the potential loss, right? And then you have to make sure that that square footage accounts, you bring that number and you break it divided by that square footage. Roughly back there, it was, I can't disclose that information, but it's low compared to the cost of elevation here. And it was barely making it. So right now, if you were to do the bare minimum for elevation, which will typically require for you to push piles, once you get to refusal, lift the house, build columns. If you go the bare minimum on a, there we go, on a 1,200 square foot home at $120 a square foot, you're looking at $144,000 to raise your house. And the difference roughly would have been at 102 and 90. And that's, it actually goes against me, and pretty much my boss sees that she's gonna be pissed. All right? But you need to take into consideration that the cost of construction in Florida are crazy high. Right now, I'll be surprised if any of the houses that are taking damage during the storm are not gonna be considered substantial improvement. Those, I'll give you just a simple example. So, there you go. All right. So a home with a BFE of 11, right now, +2, we'll have to go to 13. Existing top of floor, which in the regular slab-on grade house, would be 3.79. That's what I've seen in a couple other projects that we're looking at. And that's pretty much, if I'm eyeballing it, that entire block would be right around that same elevation. So if they have to go from 3.79 to 13 just to be compliant with that ordinance, roughly you're looking 5 feet, right? Sorry. So an open foundation at 8.79, it's, the numbers are just crazy. And bringing that base flood elevation, if you look at the maps right now, y'all's area goes from VE zones to AE, and if you identify typically through FEMA AE as a coastal AE, then you're subject to kind of the same construction methods as a VE zone. That means breakaway walls, frangible slab, or in some instances, FEMA identifies the bare minimum, but it gives the local municipalities the right to implement stricter rules. So we've seen other municipalities who just simply say, if you're in a V zone, you're not building, you have to keep open foundation. That significantly reduces the cost of construction. However, the space below that area has to be floodable, right? It can't be living space, can never be converted to it. But having that open area is less secure, right? You have a car underneath, you can park, it's made for that, but then you limit what you can do with that space. Thinking where this will be moving forward, man, it's gonna take some doing for you guys to get back on this. And it's crazy because, like, I feel for all the homeowners who I've had to say, dude, I'm sorry, we couldn't get the permit in time. Not here only, but other municipalities who perhaps weren't looking at the elevation permitting from the purposes of like distant elevation. Some revisions were requiring smoke detectors, right? Some revisions are requiring carbon monoxide detectors. And it's like, we're not building new. All we're doing is elevating at home. But then that becomes where your building officials and your planning officials kind of come together and just be like, you know what? If what they're proposing now, it's a great idea for the structures that are non-conforming, because one, typically a variance, how long does it take to apply for a variance? We have to prove that a variance is needed. Once a variance is approved for a hearing, you're looking at a month. and that's not a guarantee whether or not they will issue that variance for you to elevate. So what do you do with those homeowners who apply for a variance, don't get a variance, and can't elevate their home? The next best step is just demo, right? Some homeowners may not want to demo, or if they do demo, I'm not rebuilding. Sell the lot, let somebody else do their own thing until those building codes change and the freeboard changes. I'm not familiar with how, I know people that have that knowledge. I would, if it would help, I would introduce the officials to them. But it has to be, I think there's a way that you can be FEMA, conforming to FEMA regulations while still remaining some of these structures that are non-conforming, allowing them to get to that level.
Well, thank you.
I'll give it.
Much appreciated. Okay. So we'll take all that into consideration and bring this back on the 4th.
Mayor, can I make one comment? Because it reminded me of something that I asked, I think, either Brendan or Denise when they presented last week. And he kind of reminded me, because I do know of a home, and it might be the same home you're talking about, that was trying to raise or lift their home, open permit, waiting for approval. And I think, Brendan, you had mentioned that the staircase was an issue. So it helped remind me about that. What can we do for those particular cases? Because these homes are going to, if the idea is to lift in that same spot, a staircase, like in the case, if it's the same home that we're talking about, it needs a variance. So what do we do about that? And also, in writing this up, just to put out there too, it's not that I want to say that everybody has to have a garage underneath. I know an option that is less is not to have a garage or an enclosure. I do have figures from some people who have told me what it costs or what this was last year, prices are going to change. Okay, so don't, 1,400 square foot, $225,000 for an unfinished bottom, finishing the bottom, $275,000, right? $275,000 to lift your home. Okay, and that's a number I know for sure of a current application. So I know it's expensive, but what happens when they run into those issues? Because they got to get into the house somehow.
Right. So if they could always accommodate it within the footprint of the structure if they want to add it underneath and have the, entrance into the living level above. That does, of course, take, some space away from the living floor when they elevate, or when they reconstruct new. The case in question that you're bringing up, they were able to accommodate that. That's no longer an issue, and we did approve that permit earlier this week. I can talk to the building official. I can come up with the rise over run standards, look at what a typical home would need for a staircase encroachment, and we could bring that back to you as a recommendation if that's something the the commission would like to consider as a incidental extension of the elevation of the structure. It's going to be difficult because some structures are set at 10 feet from the front setback and are going to be elevating. Some are set at 30, but they have a side encroachment, and they can accommodate the footprint that we would allow for a staircase. And, there might be area on the side where they could jog the staircase back and they wouldn't need an encroachment. We could look at that, and that's something we could bring back as a component of this if you would consider that.
And I would like to, because obviously we're doing this to help residents be able to improve, the home, but I'm not saying let's not follow any ordinances or anything, but how do we know that's a possibility, and we know it's happened, so how can we help?
So in cases where they can demonstrate that there's a hardship with accommodating a staircase, they would be able to incidentally extend it to a yard, and we'll come up with a standard for that.
We could write it in to the code rather than requiring a variance. Make it permissible when we come back. We'll put something in there for incidental stair rise, so they don't have to go through that variance process.
Thank you.
Right, before we move to items of discussion, I think we should entertain a motion to extend to 10:30.
Wow, I didn't know it was that time. Motion to extend to 10:30.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mahalan?
Yes.
Petrella?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I realize I'm being optimistic.
Discussions, right?
The first item that we have is 7A, a recovery task force.
I will attempt to be very brief. Denise Sanderson, Community Development. So this is a discussion item only, seeking direction as to how you wish for me to proceed. Excuse me. Within the coastal element of the comprehensive plan is the requirement to establish a recovery task force following a major disaster, such as we've experienced, obviously. So 2 task force members are required, and that being the City Emergency Management Coordinator, which is our City Manager, Francis Robustelli, or her designee. The other is a member of the Building Department. We would recommend Luke Curtis as the building official, or another designee, I suppose, if he wishes to do so. And then there are a number of additional staff members, or members, excuse me, of the Recovery Task Force, and that's really what we would like you to describe. But before I get into that, I want to talk about what this task force is charged with doing. So according to the comprehensive plan, there are several things. 6 of them are detailed. These 6 are detailed within the agenda memo, 4 of which have actually been conducted already by staff as a requirement of damage assessments and the like. So it's really the remaining number 5 and 6, and that is to recommend to the City Commission appropriate hazard mitigation policies that should be implemented in response to the disaster, and to prepare a report evaluating post-disaster redevelopment response and make recommendations for necessary changes. I would view number 6 kind of as an after action, right? What did we do well? What do we need to think of going forward? Given that we're already in this phase, the recovery, seating a recovery task force, really would like to get some direction as how comprehensive and detailed and involved would you like this task force to be. But let's talk about briefly the members. So we would recommend a planning board member, a beach stewardship committee member, historic preservation board member, a representative from a wildlife or environmental advocacy group such as Tampa Bay Watch, Turtle Trackers, or Seabird Sanctuary, and 1 member of an employee, preferably, of the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce, so that we can make sure that all facets of the community are represented. So seeking your direction, how would you like to seat that task force? Do you want to call for applications? Do you want these organizations to appoint members to the task force? This would be a sunshine committee, so that is of consideration. We're not limited to a number of members, so if you'd like to think about additional members as well, we can do that. So again, seeking your direction.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So in preparation for this, I actually spoke to the chairman of the 3 boards outlined here, the Planning, Beach, and Historic, just to solicit their input and also ask anybody that they might recommend to be certain that those individuals knew they were signing up for a job, that they were going to have to be available and make a commitment to time if we move forward with this. And I spoke to Mr. Hubbard with the Planning Board, Bill Lowry with Historic Preservation, and Dan Roethlisberger with Beach Stewardship. And in the case of Beach, Dan was willing to serve himself. First of all, I think all 3 of these boards have a number of members that could contribute to the task force. But in each instance, the chairs themselves indicated that they would be willing to make the commitment and that they would essentially be honored to fulfill that duty for the citizens. With Beach, Dan had a discussion with the vice chair that committee, who also has experience as a crisis manager in the private sector. John Stevens, I believe he's still here. The chair of the beach stewardship was willing to serve himself, is willing to serve as an alternate, but he and I concluded that if John Stevens were willing to serve, he would certainly be a good person to consider. So I will say that was a conversation with that particular committee. And with Historic Preservation Board, Bill Lowry himself said he'd be willing to make the commitment to serve on the task force. And with the Planning Board, and I think David Hubbard is here, and he had indicated that he would be willing to serve as well to help the community. So I don't know where we want to go with this, but I did want to speak to the chairs. And I'm reporting back to you that was my finding, or reporting back to the commission that those were my findings in the discussions with those three boards.
Thank you, sir.
I also spoke with my appointees, you know, and they all are willing, which is always great to hear that everybody is willing to serve. Of course, many had questions about sunshine and conflict if more than one member from the same committee was serving on the task force. But I let them know that we would be talking about that. So you kind of prefaced it already saying it's under the sunshine. So,
but we wouldn't have two people from the same board anyway. They would be one from each board.
Correct, but that it answered it because we weren't sure what it meant and where it was. So, but in case anybody else, if we're looking at the chair as the person, there's still other people within those committees that are willing to do it as well, at least for mine. And maybe you all spoke with some people as well. And sorry, may I add too, even for Board of Adjustment and other committees, and I don't know if we want to add from other committees, but I know someone from my Board of Adjustment was willing to serve.
Yeah, and this is at your discretion. These were just some recommendations that we put forth for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
I think the number is good. I don't think we need to expand it any further. I sit on a couple of committees that are like 11, 12, 13 people, and 5 is good. 7?
Right, it would be 7.
Yep.
And certainly I would need to get a recommendation of which of these organizations, or do you wish to call for applications from Tampa Bay Watch, Cedar Turtle Tracker, Seabird Sanctuary, or some other environmental advocacy group?
Yeah, but I think we could, number 5, we could just have a member of the business community, and then if they want to put nominations in, whether it's from the chamber, because we know not every business on the island is represented by the chamber or a part of the chamber. So I think we should just leave it open to the business community.
Okay.
And then the same, the Conservancy as well. I mean, we can just have them nominate. We could have a, as we've done in the past, have an open nomination period. And then if we wanted to, take those recommendations, interview those individuals, we can certainly do that.
Okay, so just
what time frame are you looking at putting this in place? Yesterday?
Well, we certainly have a lot on the plate, so we would need to look, of course, at the scheduling as well to figure out when this would actually get going. I don't have a time frame in front of you because I wasn't sure of the process that you wish to deploy. So we can come back with you on that when we make recommendation for appointees.
Okay.
What I just want to make sure that what I'm hearing is how you wish for me to go forward. So a call for application would be a person representing environmental advocacy, so not necessarily from one of these groups, it would be an open call. Similarly, a person representing the business interests must have a business located on the city of St. Pete Beach.
Well, we would want the individuals to be either residents or business owners.
Got it.
In the community.
Thank you. That's very
Right.
helpful. Thank you. I think I have all I need if everybody's...
Yeah.
Actually, do we have clarification on the planning, beach stewardship, and historic? Are we going to get a recommendation, or you want us to do a call on those boards as well?
think the chairs, if we can get the chairs to agree, that would be my personal first preference.
I think I'm seeing consensus.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we were clear on that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have item for discussion number 2, FEMA 50/50 rule. So as presented to us, we have 4 options. The staff's recommendation was that we roll back to 1 year. I think there was a question as to how many homes might be impacted. I do know 4 of my neighbors finished renovations within the last 6 to 12 months, and all of their stuff is out front by the curb. And so those 4 individuals for sure would be impacted. I'm sure that there's others. And so, yeah, what are your thoughts?
So I think that the intent of the FEMA 50% rule is to encourage people to comply with current flood code so they don't get flooded, right? And I think that's an admirable goal. And I think it's one that all of us who have gotten flooded are probably thinking really hard about. I also think that government in general should tread very lightly on telling people what they can do with their own property. And so for me, I would both be on board for changing the look-back period to a year, but also keeping the things that are currently exempted in the 5-year. Because if you change it to a year look-back, but you don't exempt roofs and energy-efficient windows and AC units, for many of the houses, particularly in my district, that have very low values on the structure, without those exemptions, it doesn't matter what the look-back period is. The look-back period could be 2 days or 20 years. It's not going to make any difference.
And those are hardening items too, so that makes it hard to, and they're expensive hardening items.
Yeah.
Commissioner Mulholland?
I want to hear what everybody else has to say.
Okay, I'll go. I don't want to cripple this town, and I want to see people get back in their homes. And I was really surprised when I heard that, we stayed at the same rating when we did permit to permit. I was really surprised at that. I'm for either a permit to permit. I'd go a year, but I'd be very much like Commissioner Marriott with keeping the exemptions. But I also want to know, I'm really interested in before I would even make a decision on that, would be interested in finding out what the decoupling of between SI and DI. I mean, that's huge. That influences a lot. So I have questions on that, and also, SD being the date of the event.
I remember the day I was here when they brought up the 5-year look back. Okay, and that was the year after ETA in our city. And unfortunately, I hate to say it's unfortunate, but that the whole city wasn't affected and everybody didn't show up back then when we were all, and I'll say my neighborhood was arguing this, okay? I want more information on what FEMA looks at to the event, okay? Because whether it's 1 year or 5 year, from what I'm understanding, they audit the event, right? So if going back to permit keeps us at the same rating, then why not? When they're looking at the event. So, and I want it clarified. I don't know if it's the truth or not, but I keep hearing it and I keep reading it. So I cannot, and I hope we're not looking for a vote. I know we're looking for a direction, but that's what I need to make a better decision, so that people can get back into their home. But I would encourage people to make your home more resilient. People in the Don Cesar have 3 hits already, okay, since 2020. So if you don't think it can happen again, it will, and we should be prepared for it. So I want people out there to really think about that. I have had to open up my walls 3 times since I bought my home. Okay, and trust me, I'm not happy about it. I almost feel like I'm an expert at it, and I don't want to be, but you need to be planning for that. So again, I just need more information. I would prefer permit to permit if what they're looking for is the event.
So we're not making a motion tonight? Okay.
We're just discussing it right now.
Okay. I agree with Commissioner Wisnicki, and I already indicated I'd like more data, more information. I mean, if we had to make a vote tonight, I'd make a vote, but we all know this is a big decision and it impacts a lot of people, and I wish that it'd be real easy to say, well, just start issuing the permits and have at it, but there's a lot of long-term considerations here, and I would just like a little more specifics on some of the questions that I previously asked, clarified or clarified better than they were tonight. So that's my position.
So with that said, let's make sure that we provide clear direction on what questions we want answered, so that we don't come back and punt it a second time, well, a third time. So, Commissioner Mulholland, we'll start with you. What are your questions, so we can provide this
You want me to restate them again?
Or if you want to email them to the staff, whichever.
Turn them into the clerk and paper too.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can do
That'd
that.
be helpful for us.
Yeah.
So let's.
That'd probably be better if I just email them to the clerk without all my scribbles and stuff on it.
Can we agree on a 24-hour timeline?
Oh, I definitely am pretty
Well, I just want to make sure that we have a very short window to the next commission meeting, and so.
No. Trust me, she'll probably have them before she wakes up.
She wakes up early.
I know she does. I know she does. She knows I wake up early.
So, all right. So, the emails are public record. So, if you have questions that you would like for the staff specifically, if you will please email them to the city clerk and the city manager, so that we have them in preparation for revisiting this. So I do want to move to some consensus so we can help the staff prepare better. From what I'm hearing, nobody's looking for Wild West option 1, right? Okay, and we're not looking to keep option 4, which is the 5-year. So right now, what we're looking at is sort of option 2 and 3A and 3B, right? So option 2 is no designated look-back period. You close a permit, you open a permit. Option 3A is what the staff recommended, which is a 1-year look-back period, but eliminating the exempt items. And then option 3B is what Commissioner Robinson proposed, which is a 1-year and keeping the current exemptions for hardening, right? Windows, ACs, roofs, etc. Okay.
They're laughing over there.
I think we both
did. Yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, just so I'm clear, that none of those options include some of the recommendations from the staff for converting the whole city to coastal A.
So that was,
or
well, that was the original first reading of that ordinance back last year. I didn't hear anyone here thinking we wanted to increase freeboard, go to 49%, although to me 49 and 50% doesn't make much of a difference. but it does seem to make a huge difference to FEMA for some reason. So I would be inclined to move that 1%
Yeah.
to safeguard us,
I would too.
especially if
Yeah.
we go to option 2.
Yeah.
I would certainly want to see that safety net, because if we're going to lose 20 points, we can gain some back, and that 1% is going to make, $1,000 difference, right?
Yeah.
$2,000 at the FEMA 20, so anyway, so.
So nobody here is lobbying for the 3-foot freeboard or the coastal A. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
I did not hear anyone.
Yeah, correct.
So I think the consensus was we want to stay at 1%, sorry, at one foot.
10 plus 1.
Yep, okay. I would be inclined to go with 49% since it gives us a significant amount of points at very little downside.
Right. Yep. Especially if we get all the other,
Yeah. Personally, I have very high reservations about going back to no look-back period. I think that puts us in a, as my CPA always tells me every year, there is black, there's white, there's a gray area, let's stay out of the gray. And so far, we're some wood, right? I think the 1 year gives us a very good safety window versus the no look back period. I remember what it was like back then is you would see people closing a permit, and the next morning they'd be in with a new permit and another FEMA packet. I'm very apprehensive as to what that might mean for the future, our future insurance rating. It's not a matter of fear, it's a matter of reality, right? Because that could not only impact your house or 5 houses, but that could impact all 9,000. And that could be devastating for, when you look at what Cape Coral is doing to maintain their rating, and we look at what happened to the cities that lost their rating, we don't even want to get close to that. And I know we're being proactive. And I have every confidence in our staff that they're going to work with FEMA and navigate this challenging, but those are my thoughts.
Mayor, let me clarify so that the staff understand what I mean by going permit to permit and looking at an event. Again, my question is, what is FEMA looking for? Because the situation in Cape Coral or any other city, when they are going to audit or come in, they might not be looking at our 5-year or our 1 year. They may be looking at the event. Okay, so that's what we need to be able to audit. So I'm trying to make sure that what we are preparing ourselves is to be able, if we were audited, that they're looking at the event, if that is what they're looking at. Because again, whether it's 1 year or 5 year, if they're looking at the event, it doesn't matter. So that's my question, is what are they looking at? Because again, if they're not going to go back to look at what happened to me in Etta, or are they going to go back to look at me in Idalia, or are they going to look back at what happened and what I did at Helene?
So it's not that they're not looking at each individual event when they're auditing you. From what I saw and I heard is that they're looking at what steps did the city take at any point before that and at any point after that. And if we set things up that allowed people to circumvent the process, like a no look back period, could be perceived as you've created a way to circumvent the process. No, that's what when they're auditing it, they're not auditing that.
But are they
event.
looking
That's
at your
the event.
packet?
The event is the trigger that starts the audit.
Correct.
But
if
they're
the
looking at all the
systems in place
decisions that we've
we have-
made.
Correct, and that's what we could correct, the systems that we have in place. Because if the systems that we have in place are looking at the event, when you submit that packet, you're relating it to the event. We can, I would think we could manage that, right? That we're looking at the permits that are open and the projects that have to be corrected to get either a substantial improvement or a substantial damage to the event, again, there's other cities that are doing this, so, and I'm just, can we look at what we're doing? Maybe we can have those systems in place. I'm not looking for an answer. These are just my questions.
Right.
You know, because I will be good with the 1 year. If, again, I don't want to put the city in people lose their insurance or anything of that nature. That's not what I'm trying to do. I want to make sure that what we're doing is what they're going to be measuring, and that's what I'm looking for.
So I'd like to move forward with some kind of consensus on, no look-back period, a look-back period with restrictions, a look-back period with exemptions or without exemptions, so that we can provide the staff with direction so that they can have something ready for us.
Mayor, I just want to make a statement. We don't take comment on discussion items, is that correct?
We do not generally. Also, this is a continuation of a first, so if you've already commented on when we first opened the discussion earlier today, everybody gets 3 minutes.
May I just make a suggestion, Mayor? I think because some of the ideas you have on here, we have to work with the state and FEMA anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we just take the 3 options I've heard that I think you're all okay with, and now we're not going to do anything. And let us come back with that information, because without that clarity, I don't think we can give you good counsel, because 2 of the 3, we would not feel comfortable recommending moving forward without the state looking at it and their consultant, as our city attorney pointed out, saying, yes, this is good to go.
And they just made their consultant available to us this morning, right? She's going to be in town for the next few weeks.
Maybe we can expedite, yes, we have a lot of people coming in, so.
Yeah. Okay, so you have direction you need?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Right, next we have Commissioner Mulholland. I believe you brought up ordinance 2024-9.
Yeah.
To discuss?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm not looking to make it hard on anyone. I just want to have the conversation. Are we not getting crossed up with FEMA with this? I know we've got new information.
Which ordinance was that, if you remind?
Oh, that was the changeouts that we passed last week.
With the AC units.
Right, right. Are we not getting crossed up with FEMA on this? I mean, I know we've had a lot of new information since last week, specifically the Cape Coral case study. I just want to ask the question. I'm not saying that we should rescind it. Obviously, it's beneficial to the residents to be able to do it, but I do want to ask the question, does that pose an issue or some type of danger to us as a city moving forward with that ordinance that we passed last week?
We can bring that up with DEM when we look at these other ordinances.
Are we okay with that, with letting it ride?
This actually came up on our call with Cape Coral, that we originally drafted this to read differently than what was adopted last week, because there is a provision that was added to the building code, and that it comes out of the building code, it's not directly from FEMA, that it appeared to sound like if equipment was substituted and the equipment sustained flood damage, it needed to be elevated, even if the home was not being elevated. I did speak with our building official, our floodplain manager, and he spoke with Cape Coral and the others on the call, and that standard does not change any interpretation that is currently enforced by FEMA. Equipment that is at grade and being swapped out with a non-substantially improved home is allowed to remain at grade. If it's elevated, when it's changed out, it needs to remain elevated. So one can't, reduce the height below the base flood. But if it is at grade equipment and the home is not taking substantial damage, the equipment can be swapped out. We have run that by our floodplain manager and the other affected communities.
Good, so we got it right,
I think we did.
as near as we can tell.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. That's all I have on that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Robinson, discussion on the resources and, sorry.
I was just wanted to put that out there to see if we could do any if we were able to do any extension under our rates that we're getting from Aftermath or anything like that, to be able to extend that out to HOAs, the other, businesses, in the community. I don't know if that's possible, but just wanted to be able to ask the question to see what their contract says. If it's after the 90 days, whatever, but just being able to offer something to them.
Yeah, I'd be happy to look into that with Aftermath, and I also confirmed with our city engineer today that the county has several contracts that they went out for emergency bid, and they would extend those contacts and contract amounts to the commercial vendors. So I think what I'll try to do is get that list out ASAP to anyone who's interested, and then start the conversation with Aftermath as we wrap up the residential. Would they honor the rates for the condominiums as well, which we all saw today, so we have that available and ready for them to look at and maybe do some estimates.
Thank you.
And then Commissioner Robinson, also a discussion on permit fees.
That was Commissioner Marriott.
Was it
I think,
Commissioner?
was, Betty, was the
Yeah.
resources for recovery was actually
I'll
your,
get back to me
was
later.
that your one? Yeah.
I normally write down your names next to it, and I thought, I'll remember this. And then we're on H.
No, go ahead, yeah, go ahead, because I think they'll kind of tie in together, so.
Okay, and it's basically just a discussion or trying to put out to this, to the city manager or the staff, where we could have easier a location for resources for residents, for anything out there, right? Like the funding, for example, for when they could request for assistance from FEMA, if they're able to get the $30,000. Is there, and I think during our discussions we talk about funding from state. I think our finance director mentioned that also that's part of the job, I think, under the contract, to start looking for federal, state dollars out there. I know some residents brought that up. But what I've seen going around, I don't think many residents don't have power because they choose not to put on their power right now, right? So they don't have internet. They don't know where to go. So I'm trying to, and I know we talked a little bit about this, do we put things on their doors where you can go for resources? People did have to go to showers and laundry and help move stuff. People haven't been in their homes, so I don't want to lose that what we were doing at the beginning. I know we had a lot of little flyers out that we were trying to pass out to people. People still need that, maybe in another language as well, because I did run into a lot of people who speak other languages and were happy that I spoke another language so that I could communicate to them that there are things available for them. So just to just remember that, even when if we're doing an event next week, the concert or whatever we do, if there's a booth or something available for people so that they know there's stuff available in our community. I know Pinellas County offers it. There's other places that have locations, but some people need places that are walking distance because they may not have a vehicle either. So just remember that. And I brought up zoning, but one of the speakers brought it up, but is again thinking out of the box on how we could help residents who, when they talked about the zoning, and I think he called it AUD or something.
ADUs.
Yes, the question.
Auxiliary dwelling.
Auxiliary dwellings, correct. That, and I know Mr. Angelides didn't elaborate more on it, but because I've had conversations on it, the idea was for people like someone who's older who would consider still lifting their home, but knew that they would be able to have some type of revenue to offset the cost to be able to lift their home by having some auxiliary dwelling that would require a zoning change or addition or so forth. But again, it's to kind of think of out of the box because maybe some people were thinking, well, I wish I could do this, but I can't do it. Just putting it out there.
I think for most units, it's your setbacks are really going to limit, unless you're sitting on a double lot, you're not putting an ADU on anything, because you won't have, and not only that, but the ADU will have to be at the same height as your other. You couldn't have it on the first floor. It would have to be at the height, and then you also would have to change the zoning to allow for double density on each lot. So you would go from 8 units per acre to 16 units per acre. So now we're looking at increasing the density and redoing the zoning for most areas where we couldn't even fit. You know, the gentleman who was here last week, you know, in a lot of our old streets, you couldn't even build a house on the lot because they're so small. Where you would, the setbacks are, the lot's 30 feet and the setback is 15 feet.
Right.
So you couldn't.
Now,
you couldn't
simple things, and again, this is to look at or think out of the box. You have, do you need to extend 15 minutes? Because I know.
I think we should have a motion to extend to 10:45.
Motion to extend to 10:45.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Commissioner Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrella?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I'm not saying like to add another home or an addition.
That's what he was talking about, though.
Okay, well, no, well, I've spoken with him too. It's kind of like you have 4 bedrooms already in your house, but to make one of those bedrooms a livable room for someone, right? Like you have 3 bathrooms, 4 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, 1 bedroom is going to become that mother-in-law suite, if you want to call it that, right? But that additional revenue that you can get to offset your costs, if that makes sense.
Like rent out a room like they do on Airbnb, they say.
It would be
I hate
more.
to call it Airbnb, but
It's more having a mother-in-law suite, you know, that used to be something that was very common, and it used to be something that was very common here on St. Pete Beach. You know, there's a lot of people that have, you know, little cottages in their backyard or a little, you know, garage apartment. And I think that I agree with Commissioner Resnicki. I think that is something we need to look at, and not just to help people defray the cost of potentially elevating their houses, but we also probably in this storm have just lost all of the affordable housing stock on the island that was remaining for people who are bartenders and waitresses and work at hotels on the beach. You know, there up until very recently, there was a number of those people who could live out here. And I fear that the places that those people live have all been substantially damaged. And when they get rebuilt as something significantly more expensive, those people aren't going to be able to live here. And I think that we do need to look at some creative ways of looking at some of these things.
Because that's not increasing density, so that's why I said think of it as a bedroom. You know, you could already have four bedrooms. That means you have 4 people, right? But one of these people now is someone that could afford to rent that room or an additional room that brings revenue for someone who's trying to make.
So he specifically used verbiage ADU, additional dwelling unit, which would be.
I don't know what it's called.
So an ADU would be a standalone building, smaller than the footprint of your existing building.
Yeah.
So that is, so when he says that, there's nothing, as long as you stick to our rental ordinances, there's nothing to prevent you from just renting out a room in your house if you wanted to.
I didn't know if that's possible.
I'm not certain, though, that there's anything in our ordinances that allows you to have, like, a room with a separate entrance and a kitchenette. You know?
I thought it came up once. Didn't it come up
And
once?
so,
I mean, again, we don't need to come up with a solution. As someone,
but
this is maybe something you all could think about, kind of thing. I'm not.
Yes.
If there's general consensus, we could do a workshop on creative zoning, housing options for you to look at.
Yeah.
Just to see the challenges that may exist with an ADU. You would have to look at setbacks. This is what a lot of communities did when they wanted to increase density on the parcels. If you want to do separate entrances, or as long as they're long-term leases, or do you want to look at, there are challenges in modifying your short-term rental. So we can bring it as a general workshop if that's what you all would like. I just think you need more detail if you want to make any significant decisions.
I'm against it, so we can get to consensus in the workshop. I'm against it. I don't know that is really most pressing thing we have to deal with right now, considering that we have really many pressing things. So if 3 of you think we need a workshop, we'll have a workshop.
I feel there's more pressing issues.
I'm just.
Yeah, I think it certainly warrants consideration, but honestly, there was a bunch of stuff we had workshops on that got canceled, I thought warranted consideration. So I think maybe, are you still keeping that list, Madam City Manager, that we talked about?
Yes, I have the list.
Okay, well, maybe you can add that
Add
to
this
the
one
list.
to the list, okay.
A wish list.
Okay. All right, next we had permit fees. Who had that one?
That was me. So I would be interested in I think I had a resident remind me today that after Tropical Storm Eta, which was in November a few years ago, that permit fees for repairs were waived for that event by the city. A number of our neighboring municipalities have reduced or waived permit fees for recovery from the storm. And, I think that our residents are going to be, financially, this is challenging. And it's challenging on a lot of levels. And if there's something that we can do that is helpful without making the city so strapped we can't function, because clearly we're in a time where we need more resources in the building department because there's going to be more permits being applied for and issued. But I didn't know if there was a possibility of community development giving us some information on, is there an amount of a discount or kinds of permits that fees could be waived for or something like that that would give residents some relief without causing a great financial hardship to the building department.
2 questions, if I may. What is our average permit fee? And 2, are permit fees factored into the FEMA 50% rule? Into the cost of those? I don't know is an acceptable answer.
I'm embarrassed to admit I do not know what the average fee is. And yes, I believe that it is factored into the FEMA 50%. So I think we talked about this last week, maybe mentioned it last night. One of the challenges that I'm having right now is because we have such widespread damage and of all types, I'm waiting for data from the county, and we've requested it twice. I think once I get some information about affected versus damaged or severely damaged, then we can come back with you with an estimate, a best guess estimate. The good news is we do have funds in reserve within the building fund, and so my hope is that what we come back with will be positioned well to simply pull that offset from reserve. So the fees that we are unable to collect, but the expenses that we're incurring, if you will, a la Joe Payne as an example, is we're able to offset. But I beg your indulgence, I really need to get the data so that you all can make an informed decision.
And then that leads me to my 3rd question, and I'm going to sound like the bad guy here, and that's so be it. I'm against the idea in principle for one specific reason. Most of the structures that were impacted are receiving insurance money, and one of the things that you will get money for is for permitting fees. And so if we eliminate the permitting fees, we're putting the city in a position where we're reducing the revenue that we need to hire more, people to review the permits so that we can expedite the permits. So the question is there a way to separate people who are not receiving insurance funds, those who are uninsured, and maybe helping those? I know the answer is most likely no. But I see where you're going at. At the same time, if insurance is paying for it, I certainly am not looking to give the insurance money, a free pass here. But I do understand that there might be individuals who are so strapped because they weren't, and I know people that were uninsured during this.
Well, and certainly, a lot of small business owners, flood insurance for a tenant, a business tenant, is prohibitively expensive. And most of those tenants many of them are responsible for their own leasehold improvements. And so, businesses who don't own their own property,
Yep.
that could be a really easy place to start.
Yep. So that's, I think the spirit of what you're asking for has great merit. But I also don't want to take insurance money and just throw it away when the city itself is strapped as well. I mean, we're losing, just so everyone understands, $500,000 a month right now on parking revenue because we have no place to park. That's $6 million over the course of the year. That's 10% of our budget gone. And so I'm not sure how much we're getting in permitting fees, but if that puts us in a position where we don't have the $600,000 reserves notwithstanding, those can get, $600,000, that eats up half our reserves in one vote. So I think would we all be, if you can bring us those answers to those questions, any other questions that you may have that we can give to the staff?
Just one clarification. So you had asked if the permit, Ms.
No, don't go anywhere.
The mayor had asked about the 50% rule and permitting fees. So let's use the $100,000 example that I used hours ago, if you remember it. So there's a $90,000 estimate to repair a home that had 50% is $100,000, but then there's the 10%. So if their permit fees are, let's say, $500, is that part of the $90,000 grossed up to $100,000?
It would be. So your contractor would need to include the permit fees associated with the proposed scope of work.
So in the case that we're talking about where the insurance is likely in 98% of the cases paying those permit fees or reimbursing those permit fees, the homeowner is still penalized through FEMA if the city is or charging that $500 permit fee because it's knocking out 0.5% of their allowance.
But if we waive the fee, they'll still add it back, just like if you tore out your own drywall and then pay for something.
Okay, so they will, just like if you do it
No
yourself.
one's saving anything.
Right, my understanding is that you still need to include it in that calculation. So remember, donated labor, et cetera.
Gotcha.
So it might save somebody's out-of-pocket expense, but
Right, but that's, my question. Mayor basically answered my concern on that. So it's really an issue of whether the city should give up the money, where in most cases 95 to 98% of the people are probably getting reimbursed that through insurance.
I mean, if there was again, I don't know if there's a way to break out a hardship scenario, just like we would with a variance, where we, if you can document a hardship, you didn't have insurance, we can, I don't even know if that's possible. But maybe if we get an answer.
well, anything is possible.
Is it legal? Let's rephrase it. Is it, so maybe that's something we can revisit, add it as a discussion item for next week with some answers.
Just a quick few comments, just because I know we're over time. First, I don't really know if insurance covers it. I've, again, done claims and have never been paid permit from my insurance. So I don't know if that's, I guess it depends on your insurance, because mine doesn't pay it. So I'm just putting that out there. Can permit fees be removed from the 50% calculation? Just a question. What we're saving, if we're taking away money from the city, is it only being taken away from enterprise funds? And does it matter on what we're losing as a city in general funds? Because I know there's something about what you can move and use, and enterprise funds is one. So that's just another thing. And just out there, because I've spoken to at least 5 different officials through different barrier islands, and all of them have told me, don't do it. That's what's their recommendation. Don't waive fees. So I'm just putting it there. And I won't give them their names because I didn't say I would, but 5 different cities said that was not a smart move on their part that have had effect on storms.
I think think it would be helpful to do the analysis for you because there is such public interest in it.
Absolutely.
And so that
But
when
reduce
you do
versus
make your
complete.
decision, it's very transparent to the public why you made
Correct.
the decision instead of you didn't do it and that wasn't the nice thing to do, or you did do it and that was a fiscally prudent thing to do because of X, Y, Z.
Correct. And could
I
it be
think
reduced?
there's enough,
I
we're
think
getting enough
reduced could
questions
be.
from the public. I don't think it's a
Absolutely.
bad topic to talk about.
Yeah, but definitely would want to know if that could be removed from 50% calculations and why are we doing that, so.
I'm pretty sure it cannot.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
it cannot as well, but we'll confirm.
But
Yeah,
just in
I think
case,
it's important to
I
be
never looked
solid.
it up, I forgot about that one.
All right, we have 2 minutes and 2 topics. I think we should have an extension to 11,
To be safe.
just to be safe.
Motion to extend to 11.
Second.
City Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. All right, next, a request from the staff for us to clarify what we want to do for the holidays. I think while that might not be everyone's top priority, I think it's important for us to be able to provide some things that kind of have a sense of normalcy. So there's 3 things that we normally do for the Christmas holiday is Christmas decorations. We do the tree lighting and the concert in the park, and also the boat parade on the same day as the tree lighting. Just need to provide the staff some kind of direction, whether we want to move forward with the contract for the decorations, whether we want to have the event, whether we want to have the boat parade.
The decorations are on Blind Pass and Gulf Boulevard, correct?
Yes.
And in Haran Park.
And they cost how much? What's our contract for?
It's a little over $75,000.
And then, do we have a cost for the event, for the tree lighting event? Is that stuff that's sitting somewhere, still intact or destroyed?
That I don't know. I do know we lost a lot at the rec center, so it could not be intact. The concert would be the typical price point of hiring a band and putting that together. Most of the food is volunteer or from the business community and the firefighters.
And in the boat parade, we could allow the owners to organize on their own rather than us doing it this year. And so if there's interest in that, they can organize.
That would be our preference for the boat parade.
Yes, sir?
No, one more.
I have one comment on the holidays, and this is from as a mom, okay, because this year or this month, because of Halloween, again, not in comparison to, but for kids, it's very important. But we've already canceled 3 events that have to do with Halloween. At least, we ran the pep parade, and this is what it's going to be my announcement that it is canceled in the Don Cesar neighborhood in Lazarillo, because we had a lot of sponsorships from the local businesses, and of course, we're not going to be getting those sponsorships. But the one comment from my daughter is, are we canceling Halloween? So again, it's not to say that we're normal. There's nothing but normal, and I don't think everything will be normal in December. But it's important for families, for kids, and for us as well, whether you have children or not, whatever you celebrate, obviously. I'm not saying it's just Christmas, but whatever holiday you celebrate is important mentally for a lot of people. So I would be in favor to continue with the holiday events in Haran, concert, decorations to the extent of what we can, of whatever is available or whatnot. And maybe Commissioner Mulholland, because I know Paso Grill Association many times spearheaded the boat parade leaving from Mary Pier. And again, Maritimer, right? We don't know how safe it is, but maybe someone privately can try to see if they organize it. But at least try to keep as much as possible would be my recommendation or direction I would like to give the city. Again, it's not to say to keep things normal, because we know it's not normal, but as much as possible.
I agree. I think it's important to keep our sense of community and the events that make this a great place and the things people love, and I think we should do what we can.
So it sounds like we have consensus on the holiday events in the park, and then that leaves the $60,000 for decorations.
Or 75, I guess you said.
I mean, I think that, I know in past years, the Christmas decorations has been a topic of much discussion and much contention. And this year it may not be because people have other things to think about, but you know, for the relatively small amount of money that it is, that's already budgeted, I think I think it would be a good thing for the city. And, you know, on the one hand, you could say, well, we should spend that $75,000 to hire 3 extra trucks for a day to pick up trash in case it's not picked up by then, because do we really want candy canes hanging over piles of trash? But I have full confidence that we're going to have things pretty cleaned up by Christmas, and I think the Christmas decorations are a nice thing. So my preference would be to keep those.
So what you're saying is you don't want me to get those big scissors out that the mayor referenced back.
We need some kind of consensus. So
I thought
somebody
we
else.
said yes. Did we say?
We got a motion and a second, and then.
Oh, do we need a motion for it? I thought we just need
I think we just need direction.
We're all getting kind of tired.
No, we just need direction. So
I just need one more person. 2 people have said yes.
You're gonna fall asleep. It's called falling asleep by the couch.
How many
so we got yes.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
The Grinch and Grinch 2. Abstain. Okay, so then we have the last item for discussion. So, you know, the FEMA's 50% rule is it's convoluted. So one of the things I thought it might be, however you feel, it might be worth. So we have we looked at doing another workshop or a town hall first week or second week of November. I forget what the date was. So what I was thinking is we could invite maybe an appraiser that specializes in doing this type of work and just help people understand what the difference might be between what the FEMA letter says and then, you know, what an appraisal might do for them, help them understand what the cost associated might be, just to give people more information as they're navigating this process. I know a lot of people in the industry, former FEMA coordinator in Naples, a lot of appraisers, highly qualified people that I'd be happy to reach out and invite and have a panel of 1 or 2 or 3 of them, just like we did last night, but rather than us, it would be these individuals. Just to give people some ideas, options, more information, so that as they're making these decisions, they can do it, you know, on actual facts. Okay. So we'll look at. Do we have a date that was voted on?
Can I ask one question just on that? Because I'm good about having resources, but I want to make sure that we're not doing something that we're not supposed to be doing. Because I know, Mayor, you're saying you know people, but I want to make sure, is that okay as the mayor or as a commission to be able to, I don't want to say we're soliciting business, right? Because they get paid, appraisers get paid. So, I mean, it's a legal question. I'm saying, should we be giving you a recommendation?
Volunteering their time, and
out there,
you shouldn't be taking anything in exchange. Like, you can't say, well, I'll get a discount on my house if I invite you to town.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just
No.
want to make sure that we're being...
The only thing I thought is if we could reach out to any of them that said, look, if we have a whole city full of people, almost like we're doing an RFQ, and then, but we don't have to do anything other than this is a panel. Mm-hmm. I'm saying if we wanted to, just like with the trash, to pass on the discount, we could say, look, if we had 50 people that wanted to do it, or here's some resources here, you know, call these people, they may provide a discount for people in these situations, but best if we don't get involved with that at all, stay away from it. Mm-hmm. These are volunteers, it's a panel. They're going to come donate their expertise for an hour. We can ask them questions, and then that's it.
Just for process clarification, so you'd want a noticed town hall with the commission and this expert of panels? Or is it just
do it
the
together.
volunteers are here? Because
Should do
we've had other volunteers.
To do a
come.
notice of a town hall, and let's say one or more elected and appointed officials may be in attendance.
So we did a poll yesterday. Do we have a result on what date?
So the date that you're available, Commissioner Resnicki is not available.
Okay.
So I don't know. I was waiting on Robinson, and then I was going to alert the two of you that there's a conflict.
Okay. So I was only available on the 13th, correct?
And I'm in a conference, which is, it's business, so I can't get out of it. So,
Right.
I mean, again, I don't know if we all have to be in this workshop. Of course, I would want to hear it, but I'm physically nowhere close.
Yeah. I mean, if we do the panel rather than the commission, and we record it, and we can notice it that, hey, one or more of the commissioners may be here, we just won't be, we'll be specifically dedicated to helping navigate this FEMA situation with appraisals.
I know in the past, you know, we've done, the city has done, you know, like a hurricane preparedness expo or something like that. I mean, would it be better to do it in that kind of a format, like, you know?
So there's so many options here. So the library has been set up as a resource center, so that's one option where we just say, we market it and we say we have these people available. We've been doing that with mental health. We had someone say, I'll volunteer just to provide the resource. So if that's one format. I did want the town halls to still save some space for staff.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're gonna do a mix, that we can kind of track with you on the topic of the panelists with, and I think it's important that you're all there, so maybe we can just keep polling till we find a date, but just to keep consistency through the end of the year. We also, we're working through FEMA right now to actually host an entire Barrier Beach Island FEMA sponsored presentation where FEMA will come in. We're actually looking at using one of the hotel conference rooms because we're expecting, you know, over 100 people or so. So there's a lot of moving parts right now. So I just would want to understand, like, what format, how casual do you want it, or how formal presentation wise. But there's so many ways we can launch this.
Well, you're bringing up stuff I didn't even know. So, you know, like I didn't know that you're planning something maybe at one of the convention, you know, conference room or whatever. And I, to be honest, I mean, I've been to the library, but mostly because I had to work and use the internet, so I didn't even really look at the resources there. But again, that's back to, like, do people know? You know, I know we post, it might be on the website. I'm not always there. But how do we let people know? And maybe the same appraisers like you're talking about, or, I mean, you said it was a FEMA packet. If that's what they're doing, is that what FEMA's going to be doing at those?
FEMA will be helping with all these technical 50% determinations and
that's
how to navigate it.
Right, yeah.
But the mayor's technical expert is very different, finite expertise that would be more specific.
It's up to y'all.
Well, are we saying we're looking for another, we're going to look for another date anyways, right? Because keep the town halls the way they were, but maybe have another date for not do it on that same date?
I mean, we're doing an hour and a half for the town halls. I don't think the panel should take more than 20 minutes and then 10 minutes for questions. I think we'd do it the same date. I don't think we're going to overwhelm people if we start doing them 2 commission meetings and 2 town halls every month.
Yeah, it's too much.
And the staff.
That's good, yeah. But now, are we saying to look for another date? Are you going to put out another date, or are you just going to ask us?
November is pretty tight because
We're all right here right now. We've got 4 minutes.
Yeah.
We can come up with a date.
November 6th, we have a District 1 town hall. Then November 11th is obviously Veterans Day. I posed November 13th. The following week, the mayor is out of town, and then the following week is Thanksgiving.
What is the 14th?
14th. That's fine. I'll have to attend by Zoom. I'm not available that day in person.
Just, you know, because this is my work conference. It's the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th. It's 3 days that I'm out. I mean, sorry, and the 15th, I could make it back by the evening because it's till like about 1 o'clock.
If you want to do a Friday, that's fine.
I think we'll have nobody there on a Friday.
Does anyone want to do a Saturday morning?
That'd be fine.
I mean, I'm good with it. I mean, a lot of people work, you know, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we could say Friday, but it could be any day. It could be Friday that no people don't come. It could be a Saturday no people come. But if you're interested, you're going to come.
Saturday morning, they might come.
I think
Correct. And just to do something different rather than doing it in the evening after work might open up a different option. So I would be good with it.
Be fine with the Saturday.
Are we talking about the 9th or the 16th?
The 16th, I think, or I think that's what we were saying. I'm not sure.
16th.
Mayor, are you available?
I will tell you in a second. I have a flight that day, and I don't remember what time it is. 9 a.m.
Do the 9th? Does the 9th still work?
The 9th?
Yeah.
I'm good anytime before the 16th in November. So the 9th is good.
I'll just say, you know, just keep me out. The 9th is my stepkid's wedding. So I don't think I can miss that. I like putting it out in the public. I have a wedding.
What are we doing on the 6th? I'm sorry.
That's District 1 Town Hall. I mean, in this particular case, is it more important that we just do a citywide
It's up to you.
town
I don't
hall
want
and-
to. I didn't want to rob you of that since that's already been on the books. So if you are wanting to do that, we
could
can
add it later,
I mean,
right?
yeah, I mean, that,
already schedule.
if the 6th works for everybody, let's just make it the citywide town hall on the 6th, and we'll
scrap yours.
figure out the District 1 thing when it makes more sense to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll send a calendar invite.
Thank you. All right, we have 60 seconds. Staff report. City
I
clerk.
do have a couple things. So it's about election. I get a lot of calls. Election is happening in the city of St. Pete Beach for November 5th. It will be here at City Hall. If you normally vote at the community center, you will now be voting at City Hall in the commission chamber, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's posted on our city's website and on the social media. We also have qualification
City clerk,
books
I
are available.
apologize, but we need an extension for 5 minutes.
Extend for 5 minutes.
Second.
City clerk.
Commissioner Robinson, Commissioner Rosnicki.
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
She said yes.
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Marriott.
Yes.
Mayor Petrola.
Yes.
Thank you. Qualification books are available in the city clerk's office for District 2 and District 4. Election is March 11th in 2025. And you can drop off your ballots at the library. That is still a place for you to drop off your ballots. And I didn't mention Warren Webster is still a voting location.
Thank you. City manager.
No report.
City attorney.
Not tonight.
District 1.
Nothing to report.
District 2.
The trash is being picked up.
District 3.
I did kind of say Pet Parade has been postponed for next year, I'll just say.
Thank you.
Mhm.
District 4.
Yes, I'll be having a District 4 community meeting at the Picnic Pavilion at Hurley Park on Wednesday, October 30th at 5:30 p.m.
Thank you, sir. I know things are not normal, and I think it's going to be a long time before we get back to normal. But it's good to see some things that are comfortable coming back to our city, and I want to thank our city staff for working so diligently this past week with the Corey Avenue Chamber of Commerce to get the market back up and running by what date? City manager, I apologize. November 4th? Was that? Or
That is our target date, yes.
okay, so 2 weeks from, or a week from Sunday. You know, it's good to have, just good to have that back. And then we also have a concert series in the park this Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. So I'll be there. I hope to see many of you. Just to have a couple hours away from all these things that we're dealing with, I think it'd be great for everyone. So I'm optimistic about the future of our town. I think we have a lot of work ahead of us, but I'm encouraged by the support that I have from the other commissioners, from our city staff, and to see this room packed 2 days in a row. It's very encouraging to see how many people are invested in our community and who want to do what's right for our town. With that, thank you, everyone. We're adjourned.